Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. Of course, we have a lot to go over, so I started about a minute early. No big deal. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I am glad you are here. So, in case you don't know, this is a live recording. Make sure that you are caught up on the live by clicking the live or scrolling all the way to the right. And if not, if you're just here joining me, watching this as a recording, that's okay. First thing what we like to do is go over the indices so you can see what I was expecting for the day. So if you're looking at it at a later time, maybe you can pick up some key things that I was looking at and you can see exactly how I did. So first thing, we got to realize that the good old Prezi Biden, he's going to come out and he's going to talk about the state of the economy. So I think that that's going to be a big market mover. Other than that, we don't have anything else kind of lingering in the market as news. So we know we have, bank closings and things like that. We know that we have a bunch of issues concerning, if this is going to be contagion. Okay, that's the key word here, the contagion. Meaning, is each bank therefore after going to collapse? That's really the biggest question is are the rest of these banks going to follow suit? Good morning, New Vision. Good morning. It's good to see you. Rabia, it's good to see you. We already got some of the crew in this, baby. And, I started a minute early because I love to be early. So, we got a lot going on, guys, here. First thing this morning in the SPY, it was absolutely nuts. I woke up and, the market pumped all the way back up in pre-market to its highs and then sold off hard. And I'm not going to lie, I did speculate on taking a pre-market short, but I just couldn't bring myself to do much trading in pre-market. So I did not take that short, not in pre-market, no way, no how. But looks like we're trying to build a base here, and I think what that is for the president. People are really, really interested to see what is going to happen, what he is going to say, because if, there's certain talks here, guys. The Fed, first of all, the Fed is going to come out and they might say something on the lines that, hey, we're not going to raise interest rates anymore. They might pivot because of this. There is that opportunity, but Fed Powell constantly is saying, hey, we are going to stay the course. We are going to bring inflation down, and that is that. So there's quite a few things, a few conflicts that are fighting there. So I do have the show up, not the show, but I do have, so when he is talking, I'll leave it up in the background so I can hear it. And then that way, if anything crazy ends up popping up, I can tell you guys, if I hear it before they do. So we'll definitely be streaming that here, guys. And we'll definitely be bringing you the absolute best news that we possibly can. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on the SPY today, on all of our indices, because it is very important and is intuitive of us to do so, because all of our markets or all of our trades count on it, right, guys? If you get a 401k, Roth IRA, or anything like that, you obviously want to see the market go higher, but on the same hand, you want to see inflation come down. So we are in a very, very sticky situation in the market right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what Biden speaks about at 9:15, which is right before market open, which is very, very crazy that he's going to do it then. But, it is what it is. So Granny Randy's already here. Good morning, Granny Randy, the whale short trader. She's here to squeeze us all of our short positions out because she'll just drop that 100,000 share buy-in on a low float and she'll just squeeze it all. Good morning, Granny Randy. Cooked chocolate chip pancakes for the boys this morning. Sent them off to school. So this one's for you. It's black, it's delicious, and I don't know if it's nutritious or not, but I think the acidics in it are messing up my tongue a little bit. I got some scratches on my tongue and stuff, but hey, it is what it is. So cheers to you. Thank you for showing up. The Seeds of Humanity, good morning, brother. I watched some of your videos on YouTube. Very interesting, very different. And I think different is what you need in YouTube, because you got the same old talking heads in YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Well, Seeds, whatever you're saying, man, it really draws you in. So awesome job there on your YouTube videos. And I also noticed that you play guitar too. So we got a couple of guitar players in here. I play the drums myself, so I'm sure we can catch good vibes together, right, brother? So good to see you. Let's see, little pencil. What's happening, little pencil? Morning, can you look at BCAN? Someone says it looks good on the 4-hour. We can look at BCAN. At the top right, we're going to keep the SPY up so we know exactly what is going on. And we will look at BCAN over here. So if we look at it first on the daily, you can see right here, we don't have much of anything going on with this little pencil. It's still range bound sideways, and it's well under the 200-day moving average if I plotted it, which for some reason I don't have it plotted on this. So maybe I can take a quick second on here. Oh, we do have it. It's all here. There we go. So yeah, well below. Actually, it doesn't have a 200-day moving average because I don't think it's been out long enough to have one. That's why I'm confused. So, but yeah, well below all of its moving day averages. Looks like it had a huge sell-off here. You know, so I'm not sure what you see in this pencil, but it being at its lows, you know, that this could be an opportunity to buy. But I don't mess with stocks like this unless I see continuation. So what I would want to see is this thing push up through all of this like it did here, but then I would want to draw something out, say like this, which is its highs from previous, and for it to come back and test those highs and then bounce and show me price action on 450. That way I can get a nice long in without having to worry so much. Now the SPY is dropping down here, guys, at 385.37. This is to be somewhat expected because of the overall issues with the banks closing, and they're worried about the contagion, about it crossing, going into everybody's eyes and ears and everybody hurting. When you go to your bank and they say, hey, we don't have the money to give you, that is going to induce panic. It really will, and it has before. If you can't get your money that you've given a bank to, and you trust that bank with your money, you guys got to understand, people are going to freak. Okay, people are going to go freak. If you go to the bank and you try and get your money out right now and they say, hey, sorry, no, we don't have your money, and you trusted that bank, the main place, you know, you're going to freak out a little bit. I know I would. You know, I go there and I'm like, hey, you know, I want to make some money. Let me give me my, you know, give me my 100,000. You know, they're like, sorry, we don't have your 100,000. It's like, well, I want my 100,000 now. I'm going to start riots. Not really. I'm not. I'm just talking. I would be mad. I would be so mad. My immediate thing would be like, whose fault is this? I want them to go down. I need my money right now, you know? So that's just what's going on, guys. It's creating a lot of thoughts, a lot of emotions, a lot of fear, a lot of panic. So TRKA on this left-hand side. Guys, we've played this all the way through and through. I've talked this whole thing out through and through with you. So we're probably going to still have some people popping in here and wanting to talk about TRKA. So we will, guys. But we need to see this from start to finish, and then I think it'll slow up. But we played out TRKA. We found a nice 50-cent risk here that we could have used, and some of you did take it. Some of you held a little too long, which is okay. We need to learn from that. But this thing pushed up into its liquidity, pushed through that, had its volume top, its blow off, and then a huge short sale, a small bounce off that 50-cent area that we used for risk, and then as it passed on through, it came back up and used that as resistance. Just as we played this thing, we literally played this thing verbatim out on this show. We said exactly what the case scenarios were, and then we watched them play out to a T, guys. I mean, this is to a T, and now it's just heading down lower. So it's only trading at 22 cents right now. And, you know, unless we get a huge bout of volatility for TRKA, we're probably not going to see much of anything happen with this except for maybe a dead cat bounce, like maybe a small bounce here and then another fail. But I could be wrong. This thing could go straight up to the moon. But, you know, I've been watching penny stocks for 4 or 5 years now, you know, and they all kind of move the same. So that's how I knew how that one was going to play out. I didn't think it was going to push up into that full dollar, but with the short interest, it obviously had the capabilities, and we did talk about that too. Now the SPY is trading at 384.68, guys. It's having a nice little push down to its bottom. The last time we were down here, it did spit up, went all the way back up to its highs, its morning open from Friday, and then sold off hard. So now we're sitting back down here at these lows. I don't suggest you guys taking you know, any trades unless you know you have a hard stop, and you don't have hard stops in pre-market. There is no hard stops in pre-market. So remember that. If you're trying to buy in, you have to join the bid, join the ask, or sell bid, sell ask. and then that's going to right away either put you in or out of the money. And psychologically wise, if I get in a trade and I'm immediately down $2 or $3, even if it's $2 or $3, guys, you know, it's it puts it in my head like, hey, you know, should I even be in this trade? You know, it makes me second guess myself right away. So you're welcome, Seeds of Humanity. Absolutely, dude. You know, when you have content creators like myself and you look out to get ideas, it's nice to see a refreshing group. Or it's nice to see a channel that's refreshing like that, where it's different. It's not the same old, hey, look at me, like and subscribe. No, you need to bring something different. And the one thing that I bring different to this show every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, is passion. You guys know just as well as I do, I am here because I love to be here. I love to be here. I love this community. I love to watch it grow. I always want to get better, and I always want to better myself. As long as I want to see the people around me getting better. So that's why we always say you're a loser unless you're learning, guys. You're a loser unless you're learning, and that is the truth. It really is. If you're not learning, you really are. In my book, you really are just a loser. If you're just going to keep doing the same single thing, the same thing, not the single thing, but the same thing every single day, and you're not getting any results, and you complain and you ask yourself why, and you know why, you know, and you don't step it up, well, hey, I don't want to surround myself with people like that, so keep on carrying on. But if you're here for pre-market prep, just like you are, guys, you're here with me. Oh, we just broke lows, 384.24. The SPY just broke new lows in the past, you know, three weeks, past couple months. The last time we've been down around this area was in January. So since January, we are hitting the newer lows, guys, the newer lows since January 5th. So around the beginning of January, we still have a little ways to go for the beginning of the year lows, but just remember, we are back down here in this supply area. And the last time we were down here, we did get soaked up and bought up, but we are heading lower than Friday's closing. We are lower than Friday has been at, like, completely. So be very careful down here, guys. You know, I know, you know, just as much as I do, when you see this, you're like, I need to take a short sale. The market looks like there's going to be panic. There's going to be, you know, but we really need to be careful because with the president coming out at 9:15 and talking, especially before market open at 9:15, and when he comes out and he starts yapping his jaws, he can say one thing, one simple thing that puts this thing skyrocket or vice versa. It just takes this to the very bottom. Okay, so he's going to be coming out at 9:15 to talk about that. It's going to be very interesting to see how the markets want to move. But for now, let's take a look at RLX over here on this left-hand side. We've seen RLX give us a big pop before earnings and then a big sell-off right before earnings. Earnings comes out and it looks like we get another nice big pop. Let's see what this pop was here. A big pop, and it opened up around 11%, which is nice because we like to do our earnings gap ups or our earnings plays on this. So let's just imagine I was looking at this as an earnings play. I would look at this and I would say, well, this is my 5-minute range. So there's the top, there's the base. This would be where I would enter, and then the red would be where I would exit. So just so you guys get an understanding of how I play this. Now, the way I've seen this is you need to take out half on the first day, but we like to take out half on in a strong market 3 to 5 days after we enter. So this one here, as you can see, we would just be below our money. But look what it ran into, guys. Like if we look on the daily and we just run this across here, we know that we have the most active liquidity in this area and right around this area, okay? So right now it's playing its middle. It's 225 and it's 266. So anywhere in between there doesn't look like a trade for me unless it really trades sideways in this area and creates new higher lows like it is trying on the hourly. Let me break it out to the hourly. Okay, so you have this low, this new higher low, and if it can create another higher low somewhere in this area between 230 and 250, I think we might be able to see something. Yeah, SVB will be bailed out, but not student loans. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, because, you know, I mean, I don't even want to comment on that, honestly, because that could go very bad for me depending on what I say. But I will say this, guys. You know, big banks like this, when they or anything. I mean, I remember, I believe it was around 2008 during the housing market crash. I was actually working with B. Stewie during this time, but they were bailing out all the car industries, you know, and I think what they try to do is to see where the biggest amount of hurt is going to cause America, and then they bail those guys out, you know. So obviously if banks start to fail, say one bank fails, and we have a collapse in banks just like we've seen with our cryptocurrencies, then you need to understand, guys, that we might want to isolate this one bank closing by bailing it out. I'm just talking like as I'm the president, right? Like, let's bail this one bank out so we don't have 8 other banks failing. But at the same time, guys, we keep dumping more and more and more money into this economy, and we try to stay away from all that hurt. We're only going to continue to increase inflation. We're only going to increase or delay the hurt for longer. But, you know, guys, you know, I'm not a financial advisor. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just seeing things for how they are. I'm a big talking head, a big old chin right here on YouTube. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys, because we are going to have an awesome stinking day today. Awesome day. And I'm going to be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So I hope you're happy. I hope you're here to learn, to get an understanding of what's going on in the markets, because that is what we're doing here. So we're going to run through the indices really quick on this left-hand side. I'm going to run through them, and I'm going to do my due diligence. You guys just pay attention, and if there's anything that you want me to look up after this, please just let me know, because I would really like to go over something other than all the indices. I'm risk off right now, guys. As you know, we're below this 200-day moving average, so I won't be in any swing longs. The only thing that I will hold until I die is my VOO, which is my long-term investing account. We are still up on that. I think I still have until the SPY gets down to like 375 before I'm like break even on that trade. So we're going to keep an eye on everything. We're going to run through the indices. Then, instead of running through my trades, because I don't have any right now, I'm risk off, we will go through the chat and we will make sure we are all caught up there. So if you see something that I don't, or you want to see something that I'm not watching, put it up in chat, guys, and we will definitely review that. So the SPY looks like it's finding a little bounce. I drew a downtrend line on this. It's also in its supply. So remember, guys, even with everything going on, with all this fear, with all this FUD, with everything that's happening, you need to understand that it's still based on technical levels. So if I look at this on a technical level, we still have this supply area. Why do I keep talking about the supply area? Well, it's obvious, guys. When you free fall, okay, you're going to stop and you're going to find areas like we're in right now that look like they would slow, look like that they would get bought up. And if we have any good news somehow, some way that comes across this market, let's say the Fed says, you know, we're going to pause rate interest hikes, or maybe this or maybe that. This could be the area, you know, where people are looking at to actually buy up in these scary, scary times. But on that same breath, I'm going to say, if we break through this and we get back underneath this declining trend line here, and we get into the supply and we don't see a lot of buying activity, we don't see a lot of price action in this area, watch out below. Things could get a lot worse in the markets, guys. So keep that in mind. Now, IWM, if you guys remember, for the longest time, this thing looked solid up here at this 187. We talked about it many, many times in pre-market, in our pre-market preps. But we noticed 2 days ago, or Thursday, that this thing sold off hard. Didn't even give much of a bounce off this 200-day moving average, and it just sold through. So we are actually looking about as bad, if not worse, in the Russell 2000 than we previously were. So just keep that in mind, guys, that the IWM is now looking like it used to be our leader, right? And now it's definitely failed us pretty hard. Now, QQQ, definitely have to say this is our leader in all of our ETFs and our indices, because it's the only thing that's really trying to fight this 200-day moving average. So, C-Ray, good morning, good morning. Let me get through this really quick, and I'll be happy to look at ARDS. But the Qs, yeah, I mean, it's still below a 200-day moving average. So don't get me wrong when I say it looks strong. It's still looking weak. It's still going to need to prove itself. But overall, with the rest of the markets, tech is still trying to lead here, okay? So SPY looks like it's getting soaked up down there at that 380, 342. We'll see how long that soaky soak can hold out for. Let's take a look at Netflix. I told you guys about Netflix. If it broke this trend line, we have the ability to come all the way down here to its 200-day moving average. And it looks like, and I've been talking about that for weeks, guys, for weeks, that if it can't hold this and it breaks down, then we're going to meet this trend line. And if it meets this trend line and it breaks the trend line, its next stop is either a psychological area like a 280, a 290, or we're going to come down to this 200-day moving average and squada bing, squada boom, squash. So, yeah, we'll definitely look at that. Rabia, give me 1 second. That's a great question. Microsoft, now this is interesting. Microsoft fought for a long time here, a really long time on its 200-day moving average. And now if we look in here, it looks like there's a lot of wicking off these bottoms here. A lot of wicking on Microsoft. So that's about the only good news that I can see for Microsoft, because it's still below a 200-day moving average and it is on a declining 200-day moving average. So it looks like, some of these bigger boats, I have a feeling that we're going to see them want to decline more and more. And same thing with Amazon. We talked about this. If it can't get above that 200-day moving average and it can't get above the $100 psychological area, then it's a big old poopy scooper for me. And we've been watching Amazon, trying to cheer on Amazon once it made it up to its supply area, but it did not want to hold. So it is in a free fall right now, guys. And it's a dangerous time. It's a dangerous time. And one thing I like to say, this could be the best time and this could be the worst time to buy stocks right now. So you need to do your own due diligence. That way you can have confidence and you can have confluency across the market when it comes to the ETFs, when it comes to the big caps, when it comes to the small caps. And of course, use risk. If you use risk, you can always show up the next day to trade again. Now, Meta looked like it had a big breakdown, just kind of like the SPY did. Big breakdown, and then it got soaked right back up. Big breakdown, got soaked right back up, and then we had a big sell-off. Well, this had the big breakdown. It got bought back off, and it sold back off. But here's the interesting thing about Meta. It looks like on the hourly, it's getting soaked right back up to this 181 area. So very interesting in Meta. Honestly, it's still looking pretty strong comparative to the overall market. I mean, look at this. It's still sitting on a 10-day moving average. It looks awfully beautiful. It is. It's still sitting above a 10-day moving average. Meta looks strong here. Meta looks strong. You can't deny the strength in Meta right now, guys. So between Meta and probably NVIDIA, yeah, NVIDIA's still propped up. It's still hanging up there. It's still holding on to that 21-day moving average. So Meta and NVIDIA are looking the strongest out of the indices that we like to go through. Now, Tesla did get a soak, but is now sitting right back down there towards its lows of Friday. Now, last time it was down here at this 168.50, it got soaked right up, bought up, and tried to head on higher, and then it met its resistance at that 180. Now, guys, if it breaks through the supply, the next area I see is this 140. And I hate saying it because, I love Tesla. I really do. And Tesla is very weighted in our market. You want to see the market go higher. I'm a bear with bull horns, guys, as you know. 401ks, Roth IRAs, any kind of long-term investment, we want to root for that. We want to see our retirements gain that money, gain that conviction, gain that ability to head higher. But when you see all this crap happen in the market, you need to understand what's going on. So let's root for it to go higher. But sometimes you need to get them bear paws out and start swiping down, baby, because we got to make money one way or another. So we got Apple, delicious and nutritious. Apple did break that 152 area. I told you guys, if we can't hold this area out, it's going to come down and probably hit this 147 area because that's its next area, its next pocket of resistance. So this 146 area, and it looks like we are starting to head down towards that area. So we will see what exactly what Apple wants to do here. Now we know it is the heaviest weighted stock, or one of the in the markets, in your SPYs, in your ETFs. So all eyes are on Apple during these very interesting times. So it is sitting above its 200-day moving average. So it is like Meta, like NVIDIA. These bigger tech stocks are what's holding most of this market up right now. And even if you could say it's holding it up, because if we look right now, it's trading at its lows since February. So keep that in mind, guys. It's a very interesting time. And one thing I like to say, it could be the best time or it could be the worst time to be buying stocks. So we just need to really keep an eye on it, watch our P's and Q's. So let's go over the last one here is Google. Now, you guys know I like to be a fanboy down here in this 90. I want to see Google try and hold up down here because it has been looking overall like one of the worst stocks, like Amazon, just getting hit hard, sold off hard, well below its 200-day moving average. And we're not seeing any kind of like real strong pops. The last one we've seen was here into its 200-day moving average. So Google, G-O-O-G-L, is looking pretty darn sold off. It's trying to stay above, and we are seeing wicking, just like we are in Meta. We're seeing wicking off this bottom area by its supply. So if it can hold out, you know, I would like to see Google hold out with the overall markets. If it doesn't want to, you know, it's going to be back into the supply area, trading around it. And I think, I don't think we're just going to cut through all of this. I think there's a lot of sustainable price action and buying power in this 90, between 87 and 90 area. So I think it will, instead of just cutting right through it, I think it'll chop around in this area for a while before taking a direction. So that's what I have. And of course, again, guys, I'm risk off. I don't have any swing trades to go over. I will be day trading today, though, as long as it finds its ranges. So we'll be going through all the areas that I'm looking at right now. As you guys can see, we are in a supply area. It is bouncing off of its downward trend line, but we are in a very, very, very interesting time right now. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, just how well the market either holds up or doesn't hold up in this situation. But I can almost guarantee, stamp of approval, that it's going to be a very interesting day in the market. So I'm getting ready. I got to take this sweatshirt off because I'm already moving around a little too much. I might have to put that on later, though. But let me get a sip of Shawana. We're going to catch up on chat, and then we are going to go a deeper dive into the SPY before Mr. Biden decides to yippity-yap, chickity-chat. Let me bring this down here because you guys couldn't see half of what I was doing down here. But here's Google. Here's the fanboy that I was talking about. You could obviously see it on the hourly. So let's catch up on chat. So good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Let me take a sip while I catch up here. Yeah, sad with SVB. You know, it is sad, but you have to understand it's just human beings trying to run that crap like you and I. And what they do is they think, well, if we take on more margin, if we do more things to try and spread our money out, and we keep basically borrowing more to let other people borrow from us, that's margin. I trade on margin too. A lot of times I don't tap into the margin because, you know, I'm day trading and I'm only taking, you know, maybe $6,000 to $8,000 out at a time, and I'm going back and forth. But I do have a margin account, but I don't continuously trade on margin, meaning I don't spend all of that margin and then let it sit. And then when something bad happens in the market, they come to me and say, hey, you're getting margin called, because I always know what I'm risking. I always know where my stop is. So if something does happen, I will never get margin called, right? And I always make sure my long-term investing account, if the SPY goes to zero, then I lose that chunk of money, right? But SPY's not going to go to zero, guys. So don't think I'm trying to spread FUD here. Now, right now, the SPY is trading at 384.20. Let's catch up on chat. SVB ripple effect, we will pay. SVB will be bailed out, not student loans. We did talk about that. So IKT. We'll look at IKT, right house. I want to say Right House Alpha, but I don't think that's right. So I'll just call you Right 07 asked for IKT. So we'll take a look at that over here. Guys, if we look at IKT, we know right away it's below a 200-day moving average. This thing is, it's having a lot of pops and drops, so this looks to me more like a pump and dump. So if we look at even back to its inception, anytime we get a decent bout of liquidity, it would sell off hard. So do keep that in mind, right, 07, when you're looking at this, that we are seeing basically a lot of sideways action, and anytime it gets up above its sideways action, it sells off hard. So what I would suggest for anything, if you're looking at anything like this, is I would look at this for short sales. I wouldn't look at this for a long, just because it is proven to me by looking at its history that there is no reason to take a long in this until it breaks above these areas, trades sideways, creates new higher lows, and then that might be a long to head higher. But this might be a decent short sale on any time it pops up. Anytime this thing gaps up, pops up into this 200-day moving average, a great sell-off area might be able to take. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a guy with some charts with a big old hairy chin, just looking to see what he can do to extrapolate some money from the market. So let's keep on keeping on. Right House, I hope that helped you out, brother. I just got to give my honest analytics. I don't know the stories behind these trades, so just take them as a grain of salt if you want, but that's how I trade. I use technical analysis, and you know, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button because I am here for you. Now, it looks like the SPY wants to hold off around this 384.58 area. Very interesting. It would be very interesting to see this thing actually hold here. There is a ton of liquidity actually starting to be built up here in the pre-market. Let me bring the SPY over here on the top left-hand side. If we look at the pre-market volume, we have over 3,761,000 shares traded. Now, if we look at yesterday's traded, we had 189 million shares traded. So if we have, let's see, well, we got more than that. But guys, that's a lot of pre-market volume shares to be traded. If we just zoom in on here, you know, on the hourly, you can actually see these. You can actually see the bars right in pre-market. Whereas if you zoomed in on anything like this, you're not going to see much volume being traded. So this is a nice bout of volume here. You know, we have over 1 million shares traded in an hour in the past few hours. And if you look at, you know, any other time, the most volume that you see, you got 4 million right before market open. So there's quite a bit of volume being traded in pre-market right now. I think people are trying to get their ducks in line before the president starts talking at 9:15. So that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that our ducks are in line. So let's see this thing. Is it going to ship shape up here in this 384 area? Good morning, Stu Klott. I love seeing you pop in here, brother. And good morning, good morning. Stu actually just did a crazy, Stu, I'm going to have to share. My boy Stu, man, I absolutely love some of the hard work and dedication this man takes when it comes to what he does. So let me just share with you guys. He went on a little race the other day, and he does biking. He's been into the biking world for a long time. He actually owned his own shop and everything. It's a long story, but glad to know him, glad to hear it. But he went on a race, and he spent 4 hours and 9 minutes and 56 seconds with a distance of 42.59 miles. Okay, his average speed was only 10.2 miles per hour, but you need to understand that this was in the mountains, guys. He reached a maximum elevation of 2,486 feet, guys. That is just absolutely nuts. Yeah, it's crazy. He sent me his stats. They're right here. I can't believe. And yeah, I like going that distance. Other than in a car is just absolutely amazing, not to mention in the mountains. So, I don't know what you guys do, but if you guys do anything as crazy as that, anything is crazy. So I do jiu-jitsu, which to me is like the most plentiful thing I've ever done. It's brought more back to my life. But if you guys have something, what do you do? Let me know in the comments what you do. I'd love to hear it because, everybody does something different. Everybody has this crazy venture that they're on, and it's just so good to see my boy Stu out there doing something that I never could imagine me doing. So it's awesome to see that. So good to see you. Good morning, Stu. Let me take a quick sip of coffee. This one's for you, brother. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Where's B Stewie? B Stewie still sleeping, and Alex won't be here until I ring the bell for morning open. So good morning. If you're just joining me, guys, my name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. What do we do here? Well, pretty simple. We take a look at a little bit of everything that's happened in the market. We go over all the indices and all the widely traded stocks. We also look at small cap, mid cap, large caps, but basically what I do here, guys, is I do live trading. And I also do what I love to do most, and that's charting and commentary. So if you can get behind that, if you can stand behind that, and you want to see me come out here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, just hit that subscribe button. It's real simple, guys. You're not going to find passionate stock traders like me anywhere out there. I absolutely love this, and I am dedicated to this service. So if you're here, thank you. You're the reason why I am here. So please hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys, because I want to keep on showing up every single day and building an awesome community. So good morning, good morning. You guys, I'm going to keep running through all the different stocks. I'm going to run through everything that I want to go through. If you guys see something that you want to see, just let me know in chat. MAXN, this is another one in the solar industry. I wasn't even aware of this stock, but it is also a leader in this area because it is pushed up high. It's building new higher highs, and it's at its highest. Now, we do got to keep in mind that with this big pullback, I'm not looking for longs. I'm just looking to see how certain stocks hold up, okay? If certain stocks can hold up, that's going to be great, because if this stock holds up, well, the market fails, or at least holds up better than the overall market, then we can look at MAXN, we can look at FSLR, we can look at that hot sector, that hot area, and we can say, hey, these are looking good in an overall trialing time. Why not get into these while the market is going up? So we do have, I have the main watch list right up here that I did go over. Look at ZIM, guys. So if we look at ZIM, it's up over 11% in pre-market. Now, keep in mind, with everything that's going on, it is running into some resistance right here. And as you can see where I marked, it came right up into there and it's starting to sell off in that area. So knowing ZIM, knowing that, you know, anything under this 200-day moving average, it's not looking very good. And now it's creating what looks to be like a shoulder, head and shoulder formation. This might see some sell-off, but if it wants to hold this 11% gain, then trade sideways and break out on volume, that would be a better trade for ZIM. But other than that, you know, if I see anything in this market with the way, you know, the news is and everything's happening, you know, I'm looking basically everything for short. So, yeah, so the latest news is that he's going to give his remarks at 9 a.m., but I believe it's at 9:15. So now the SPY is sitting at 383.81, guys. You know, this is a very interesting area. You know, every time it comes down here, it gets soaked up and then fails longer, gets soaked up, then fails further. Seeds of Humidity says, I watch the biggest YouTube, especially for stock trading, and I say this wholeheartedly, you are my favorite. You know, honestly, that gave me chills. Woo! That gave me chills. Thank you very much. That gave me chills, brother. Thank you very much. I was expecting to read something bad. Like I've scoured the whole internet. I've scoured YouTube, and I have to say, you are a hot, flaming sack of garbage. You know, like I was honestly expecting that, and that's cool too, because I would have got a good laugh out of that. But hey, I really do appreciate that, Seeds. And I appreciate you being here for Pre-Market Prep, brother, because this is where we learn, guys. This is where you need to be if you want to understand what is going on. Because if you woke up kind of like Alex does, you know, I can't use Alex as a very good example because he still's making money when he rolls out of bed. But you know, that's Alex. You know, that's him. That's not me. But this is where we figure everything out. This is where we get. You know, we see the market moving. We can let it increase or decrease our heart rate depending on what's happening in the market. You get a feel for it. You know, you get your finger on that pulse first thing in the morning and you sit in front of it for an hour. Then when market opens comes, you can see where those levels that you have chose that play out. And if they're playing out the way you expect them to, then that's when we extrapolate money from the market. That's when we find our risk, we find our reward, and we earn that Rari. Okay, guys? So keep that in mind that we are here for you and you are here for you. Okay, so mark those levels out, get a better understanding of which direction we might head and for how long, guys. I hate when people say, which way is the market going to move today? Well, personally, I think it may move to the north side to 186 and then fail the rest of the day, but I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I'm just talking, but you got to understand, it's not an up or down for the day. You know, it's up to where, and then resistance where, and then back down to where. You know, what area are we going to play for a day trade? And then even then, if you're looking for a swing trade, where you're going to dollar cost average in, where is your stop out, and where do you expect this thing to go? So that's what we're doing here in pre-market. So Seeds, I really do appreciate you being here. So let's see, it's only a matter of time before your channel starts reaching more young traders. Keep going, time and consistency. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, very small float, but it's a runner. Let's see. Can you take a look at TENX? Yeah, we can take a look at TENX to the top left side. And yeah, you know, I know everything on YouTube is consistency, guys. And there's going to be certain things that really SPY 382.94. Now breaking down here, what looks to be on some volume. So be careful, guys. Be very, very careful. The market is volatile, even in pre-market right now. Not as volatile as it's going to be during the market open, but with the president speaking here in about 45 minutes, and yeah, the market's just heading down, guys, heading down, down, down. So we're going to see how this plays out, but let's just watch our P's and Q's and make sure we're keeping up on all the latest news. So right now we don't have any new news coming out. You know, nothing too crazy. I would say that the biggest news that came out is Reuters reported earlier China's XI plans Russia visit as soon as next week, which, you know, I don't know what is to come of that. But then Biden was scheduled to speak at 8, but now at 9, and I think it's 9:15. But, you know, he's always late. He's got to drink his Metamucil and find his teeth before he starts talking. I probably shouldn't be talking about our leader in command like that, but I do have to say it is entertaining. So why is TMF up so much? So let's look at TNX first, guys. So TNX right here did have a big breakdown well below this 200-day moving average. But one thing that I see that's extremely interesting is this volume. So all of a sudden we get some huge 30 million shares traded over here on volume. And when you see something like that, I always like to mark where that liquidity is on its VWAP. VWAP meaning volume weighted average price, meaning this is the biggest area that people are trading it, okay? And if this were to come all the way back up to this $3.50, I would say, hey, that's going to be a great short. But we are pretty far from that. So now we're all the way down here below all of its moving averages. We did see some more volatility come in, but a ton of sell-off action. Now we're getting another little pop right back into this area, which is going to, you know, I'm just going to, you know, have to say, you know, it's not looking pretty for the stock. So if we wanted to see a long on this stock, I would want to see this thing hold this area I just drew, this liquidity area. It needs to hold this area, trade sideways for a while, and then it might be a long to the north side. But what I see for TNX is it's a therapeutic stock. It's very, very speculative. Anytime we have a pop, we get a drop, and anything below this 200-day moving average is a no-go for me. So this might be a good day trade. I don't see a trade in it specifically for me, except for, you know, it is up into this liquidity area. If I mark this out, you can see it touched it and sold off. So if you were a bear with bull horns like I am, because I like to short. I love to short. It's my favorite thing to do. I was born in a bull market, a bear market. So, you know, this therapeutics, if we open up and we pop, say, back up into the 75-cent area, that might be a nice short to the south side. But I'm not looking to long this thing at all. Not at all. But it is a good stock because it does have some volatility, and it might be for a great day trade. But I would never swing trade this stock, not a therapeutics. So I hope that helps, Seeds. I do hope that helps. Low Pencil says, why is TMF up so much? Let's take a look at TMF and see what is going on. SPY now sitting at 382.58, still at its major lows here in pre-market. 282.50 or 48. Looks like it's heading lower, guys, so be careful. I know my VOO isn't too happy with that right now. Let's take a look at VOO. I have it marked out where my, on the bottom here, on the bottom right, you can see where I have it marked out. If it comes all the way down to 338.75 on the VOO, and right now VOO is sitting at 351, that is where my break-even price would be. So I would love to see this thing hold up, hold out, do something, because once my account starts looking like my long-term investment is in the negative, well, I'm going to really back off on, buying anything. And every new low that we create, I'm going to keep buying one more. Keep buying one more. Any new low that we make, I'll keep buying one more. And I will just sit back, relax, and keep dumping money into my long-term investing account as we continue this bear market. So that is my plan with the VOO. It's not yours, not buy or sell recommendations. You guys come up with your own plan, but learn from everybody around you. Learn from everybody around you. Learn from me, learn from my mistakes, just like I learned from my mistakes, because remember, you're just a loser unless you're learning from your mistakes. So let's look at TMF. So TMF, you know, it's kind of the same as the last ones that I brought up. The only thing that's different here is in this area, now that it's created these lows, this basing low down here, a ton of volatility, a ton of volatility. So this is a ETF trust for the 20-year, what is this, a 20-year treasury? I'm only assuming, guys, so I don't really know. Let's see the news here. I don't have any news on it. So I'm guessing this is probably a treasury bond. Maybe you guys can let me know in the comments if you know more about this TMF. So if you want to know why it's up, I mean, that's a great question. So when we have turmoil, if this is the 20-year treasury bonds, which I'm pretty sure that this is, guys, but I haven't looked at it. So let me just talk as if it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if we are looking for treasury bonds, it's going to be safer to put your money in something that's going to guarantee you money in the future. As to where equities can't guarantee that right now. The market can't guarantee that right now in these trial times. So if you're looking at something like this, it is a treasury. Okay, if you're looking at something like this, I believe treasury bonds are backed by the government. Now, I don't know so much about treasury bonds. I don't know much about bonds, so I'm not going to act like I'm some genius when it comes to this. But it's pretty simple when it comes to this stuff, guys. These are government-backed bonds, if I'm correct. And if the market is too speculative and people don't want to put their money into companies for future to make their money, and they have a ton of money, well, then where are they going to put it? Well, they're going to give it to the government, because the government's going to say, hey, we'll borrow your money, we'll use your money, and we'll pay you this much in the future. And those they have never failed to give back, at least as far as I know, here in America. So that's why this has been getting so much news, so much interest. Because with the overall market going down, well, you're going to see your treasury bonds heading higher. So be very careful with that. Also, if we look at the VIX, we can imagine, yes, sir, we're well up to that 30, we can't call it a price area, but we're up to 30 in the VIX, which you guys know when the VIX starts getting very volatile, some crazy things can happen. And speaking of crazy, we are sitting down here at 381.93 now on the SPY. This looks like a very interesting time here, guys. So I'm glad you're here with me. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. We are here for pre-market prep. We are trying to figure out our areas, trying to figure out what is going on. And as we talk, look at this is interesting, guys. The Dixie actually is falling off. We are at 104.03. So that's interesting, because usually with the market failing, we usually see a push up in the dollar. But it looks like the dollar is just kind of holding out here right now, trading at 104. You know, this might be because of bank collapsing, right? If other people don't believe in our dollar, they're going to start taking their money out of the dollar, which honestly, that brings in a lot of confusion now, because if the dollar's going down and the SPY is going down, you know, usually there's an opposite correlation. So this might actually help with the overall markets, with the dollar coming down, but with nobody being able to trust the markets and it spreading so much fear, and everybody worrying about contagion, you know, we're gonna see a lot of movement everywhere across the market. So the dollar looks like it is still trying to head down at 104. We're gonna see how that one wants to play out. Well, ZIM still trading at 205. We're gonna see we have quite a bit of earnings that are coming out today. We have PRVB. It looks like it came out with earnings and is up 261%. Which is an absolutely astronomical amount. But you know what? They didn't have earnings. I bet that is a stock split. Guarantee it. So we're going to go ahead and bypass that. MEDS, we don't have anything going on with that. But ZIM is probably the only gap up earner that I really can stand behind. Mayo, no, nothing good. We got 351 for HMY. Harmony Gold Mining, that's an interesting one. Although it did gap up, it's up 10%. You know, I don't think it's on any news, so this isn't going to be an EP. Shares of gold companies are trading higher amid a decline in the US dollar. Yeah, sure, of course. Now we're trading at 381.25 for the overall SPY, looking absolutely nuts. So Yeah, so you can look at a lot of your speculative gold mining stocks, gold ETFs like GOLD. We're going to see those going higher today because the dollar's dropping. So here's GOLD, which is Barrick's Gold Corporation. I think there's NUGT, which is a faster ETF mover. This thing moves 4.5%, so it's a little faster. So if you are looking into gold or looking into any kind of gold ETFs during these trial times, these are a couple of them that I watch. I have a whole watch list on miners and all that stuff. I used to be really into gold and looking into that, but you know, I just like looking at anything that moves now. Anything that's speculative that moves, I like to look at. So if you see it that I don't, then let me know, guys. We're trading at 380.79 right now, so Stuffy Clot, you called him Stuffy Clot, Granny Randy. Granny Randy says, hi, Stuffy Clot, good day to you. It's Stew Clot, Granny Randy, but that only makes it better when you mess it up, so I might call him Stuffy Clot from now on. That's good coffee. We're trading at 380.75 on the SPY, guys. These are very interesting times as the market wants to head lower here. What is going to make of it? Where will it find its stop? Well, that's what I'm here for. Anywhere in this area down here, guys, I'm expecting to see some kind of slow up, some kind of stop. Let me zoom out here on the 4 hour at this top right. So look, guys, we are all the way down here in its supply. So how much lower are we going to head before we actually find a nice little pausing spot? Now, we might not, like I told you guys before, we might not. If we really blow through all of this supply and we don't see any stopping power, we know that the market is in for some huge turmoil. So let's go ahead and keep an eye on this. I would love to see this area. If I had to draw this out, and I drew this out right here, this is where I would say we should see some stopping power. This should be the main stopping area, and it is blowing through that, guys. Let's zoom in on the 5 minute. Look at this. It blew through everything. So be really careful out there, guys. This is a very, very scary time to be in. Like I said, this could be the best time or the worst time to buy up. You know, if the Fed comes out and they pivot because they're, you know, because the whole political adversaries, they come in and they say, no, we need this or we need that, or we're going to have a collapse, or, you know, whatever it is. The Fed is going to do something, you know. The Fed is going to do something here. And if the Fed does what Jerome Powell says he's going to do, and that's stay on the rate hikes no matter what, he's going to bring inflation down. He is here to fight inflation, so that's what he wants to do. You know, if that's the truth, if that's really what's going to happen here, and he's going to stay the course with all these banks coming down, we are going to have a very, very tough time in the market overall. We're going to have a tough time trying to bring inflation down. Well, everybody's kind of hurting right now. If inflation keeps going up and we have to keep continually paying more and more and more for things, you know, the job owners, everybody's going to have a hard time, right? You know, if you buy your own groceries, if you're not at mommy and daddy's house right now and you're buying groceries, you know, you already are seeing it, how crazy expensive things can get. So it looks like we did have some of that stopping power here, guys, at 380.50. It looks like we're popping right back up into what I said would be the most high liquidity area at 382, and it looks like it is running into that and starting to wick off. So, you know, be really careful out there, guys. I'm really loving watching this. Now, I don't love watching our you know, our 401ks and stuff fail, your Roth IRAs, your retirements. It's not good to see that, guys. But it is good to see movement. It is good to see. And on a positive note, we are waiting for better areas to buy in, right? We're waiting for the better areas to buy in. So these are racing down. They are racing lower. That just means if you and I have money sitting on the back burner, waiting there, waiting to be spent, okay, you're sitting in cash, that's awesome news for you. This is really, really good news for you because now you can buy at a better price. You can buy at a lower price, right? If you were up here and you were thinking to yourself, excuse me, kind of like I was, like, man, I wish I would have bought more up down here. I wish I would have bought more down at 400, you know, 400. Well, we blew through 400. We're well back down here. So I'm licking my chops. I'm rubbing my hands. I'm looking for the right time to buy because I'd like to get a few more in my long-term investing account. So while all that plays out, I'm not going to worry about missing out. What I'm worried about is making sure that I can see the capitulation. Where things are getting soaked up, where they're getting bought up, where is the stopping power, and where might this market head. Then, and only then, will I start easing back into my positions. What we need to first of all be above a 200-day moving average in order for me to want to ease into my positions. The only thing that I'll hold past a 200-day moving average is my absolute long-term account that I will never sell. Hold till I die. Okay, so that's about the only thing. So let's take a look at Zim on the top left. It's not doing much of anything now, just kind of trading sideways in this chop. But, I do like Zim for a short personally. Overall, the market has been doing nothing but failing since let's see, since 3/16/22. It's been failing. It's tried to push up above its 200-day moving average once. Other than that, it has failed ever since. So on these pops here, I'm just looking at, this might be a nice area to short. I don't know if it's even gonna let me short or what, but we'll just take a small share size if we can during market open. If this thing were to pop back up into this area, that might be the area I would want to take a short in order to see sustaining selling power to the sell side. So right now the market is trading at 381.86. It's at its lows since February, because February we were trading well up here. So maybe we should say it's back at its lows since, let's see when January was. January was right here, so it's trading back down where we were trading at in January is what I should say, so that way nobody gets confused. So we are back down to where we were at during January's trading, okay? So we are back down to where we started in the beginning of the year, and it looks like this thing is wanting to head lower. Oh, you know what we forgot to talk about? And I really hope that you're still here, Rabia. What's my thoughts on inverse ETFs? Rabia, if you're still here, I am so sorry. I'm a big talking head. Sometimes I get going. Let's talk about these inverse ETFs like SQQQ. So if you look at SQQQ here, it's on this beautiful push higher, and it'd be nice if we could see this thing pull back and retest, because those are the trades I like to take. What is SQQQ? Well, first we need to understand what is QQQ. So QQQ it's got about 100 stocks if I remember right. It's an ETF that is heavily weighted in tech. Now, if we see that this is an inverse correlation. Good, Rabia. I thought you would be, but I just wanted to make sure. We're going to go over your inverse ETFs really quick. So I like to use SQQQ and TQQQ. Now, the QQQ is an ETF that has about 100 stocks in it, if I remember correctly, and it's heavily weighted in your tech sector, okay? So what does that mean? That means your Teslas, your Amazons, your Apples, your like Adobe, like stuff like that. I don't even know if Adobe's actually in there, but all your big stocks, all your heavily weighted tech stocks are in the Qs. Now, if you don't want to short the Qs, you don't want to take $286 and short 100 shares of that because you don't have that in your small account, that's A-okay. Come over here to the SQQQ. Right now it's only $42. The SQQQ means short QQQ. So if you think Q is going to go down from where you're at, you can take a position by longing the SQQQ, which is the inverse ETF, guys, the inverse ETF of the Qs. But here is the trick. Here is the kicker. It is a 3-time levered ETF, okay? Meaning it will move 3 times as fast, okay? So look, this says it moves 5% average daily range, as to where the Qs only move 1.7%. So if you really want to get a bigger bang for your buck and a bigger move from the Qs, you can go to the SQs or you can go to the TQs, TQQQ. So if you look right now, the TQs are bouncing off this base. So if we measure this base from the bottom to where it sits, we're at a 1.92% move. If we go over to the Qs and we take that same distance, we're at a 0.66 move. Okay, so you see 1.5, 0.5, there's your 1 to 3 right there. It's a 3x levered ETF for the TQs and the SQs, depending on which way you want to go. So Rabia, I do like to use these, and I do plan on using these most likely today in order to play these Qs trades. You can really make a lot of money and lose a lot of money on this, but regardless of what you play, guys, if you do it with risk in mind, you can show up the next day to continue trading. So, wow. I gotta say, guys, we've only been open We've only been open for about an hour. Yeah, 58 minutes. And we already have 106 views on this show. That's absolutely awesome. So big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much for joining up. Listen, if you guys want to see more of me, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why do I do this? Because I have a passion for it. I want to grow an everlasting community that we can always bounce ideas off of each other. We can always chit chat and talk about stocks. We can always say, hey, I think you have a bias here. Or, hey, I don't think that your ideas are right on this because of this. And that way we can bounce ideas off each other. We can have a better understanding of what is to come in the overall market by plotting our lines, by talking about the news, and by making sure we stay up to date on all the biggest trades, guys. So we're seeing that pullback, just like I was talking about, just for a quick tech. So I'm just gonna take a small share size in this and see if they can't get me in the bid for the SQs, because I do like this pullback that it's coming back to test this area. Oh, I need to put this on good till close extended. And let's see if I can't get this bid here, guys. So what I'm trying to do is, yeah, I'm just trying to take a short sale. I might get out of this thing super quick. I don't like pre-market trades much. And plus with Biden speaking, this could be very, very bad idea. But that's why I took very small share size. I took it here because I see this double top here. So I'm going to play it until it breaks this. But because we have such a big pullback, any pop that we see today, unless we get a change in direction, meaning we get Biden saying something or Fed Powell saying something that is going to completely change the direction of this market, then I will want to exit this position right away, okay? If not, I'm going to hold on to this position. I'm going to clench this position, and if it comes back up, let's say the market does fail, the Qs do fail in this area, it comes all the way down, and then during market open it pops back up into that area I bought, I'll probably add into my short, okay? So that's just one idea that I'm taking. I did take this trade. Of course, like I told you guys, I won't be holding on to this for very long. In pre-market, you can't just set a hard stop. So what I'm going to do is just keep an eye on this while the president's talking, while everything's happening. And, I might give this some room because things are about to get really volatile. So let's keep that in mind, guys. I'm expecting the market to possibly head lower unless we get some crazy news. Guys. We might get a nice pop, but I'm expecting a further sell-off. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but good morning, Alex is here. Good morning, Alex. Rabia, I hope I explained those ETFs or my like or dislike on those enough for you. Alex, good morning, brother. It's good to see you. I'm glad to see you are up way earlier than you usually are, so congratulations to you on that. You love to see it. But yeah, guys, Alex is here. So let's see. LoFi futures put Corning through heavy, looking to short on market open. Yeah, I think we're seeing the same thing, Alex. We want to see a big pop. That way we can short it. I'm using this pop right here to try and get in short in pre-market, which might not be the best idea. If I take a small loss on this, that's a-okay. I'm probably going to try and get this area a few times today, but we will see, because here's the thing, guys. At these lows, if there's a change in sentiment, I have a feeling that it can happen very, very rapidly, meaning this thing can really move really fast with just one word in the market. So right now we do have we do have President Biden speaking. So I'm going to turn this up a little bit over here. So he's talking about how there will be money in the banks, that not to worry. He's trying to say everything's going to be okay, guys. Everything's going to be okay.
Jobs, small businesses, banking system overall. I instructed my team to act quickly to protect these interests. They've done that.
So he said he acted quickly to protect the interests of America and the people benefiting the banking.
Secretary Yellen and the team of banking regulators have taken action.
Wow.
Immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured.
All customers can rest assured that they will have access to their money. That's what they're saying. They will have access.
The bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, stay open for business. No loss
He's saying no losses
by the taxpayers.
will be taken on by the taxpayers, which is very interesting for him to say. Like, so where's the money coming from? Because all government's money is from taxpayers, right? Isn't it? I mean, aren't we the whole reason why the government's running? I mean, I could be very wrong. I'm not an economist by any means, but when they say, you know, the taxpayers won't be paying for any of this bailout, well, it doesn't make any sense to me, because then where do you get the money? Are you just going to print more money? Well, if you print more money, well, then who pays for it in the long run? Inflation goes up, we pay for that inflation, right? So that's just, you know, the president's doing exactly what he needs to right now, guys. He's chit-chatting, he's talking, and if I hear anything pop up,
That's how capitalism works.
he's explaining how capitalism works. Very cool, very interesting. I love having this up, love having this in the background. I hope it does not impede what I'm saying to you guys. I hope it's not too loud or it's taking too much precedence over what's going on. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Right now, we have President Biden speaking. I'm listening to it on the side here just to kind of get an idea of what's going on. If he says something crazy, you know, then I will know to take action and be very, very careful. So we're just fighting around this 287 area on the Qs. Let's take a look at the SPY just to see what the overall sentiment is here. So the SPY, yeah, same thing. It's fighting at this area, this 383 area. The whole reason why I took that short is because, you know, we're seeing confluency across the markets. We can see that we're getting big fail, a lot of fear coming in on the market, and you know, I'm not so sure that, you know, the president or anybody saying anything is really going to help this market out unless the Fed steps in and says we're done, we're going to pause interest rate hikes. If they say that, I have a good feeling that the market's going to take off, like go crazy skyrocket in one day, and we're going to, it's going to be like maybe not a 2020 again, but you know, if they stop, if they do that, if they stop rate hikes, I personally think that the market, it's going to be taking the market by storm, guys. I really think it will take the market by storm. So just be careful. Watch your positions. Be very careful.
Now we need to keep the program, this progress going.
Now, I'm not sure how long he's going to be talking, but we do know that we have market opening in 30 minutes. So be careful, guys. At market open, there's going to be a lot of volatility. I know that for a fact just because there is a ton of volatility right now in pre-market. So we can only assume that if there's a lot of pre-market volume that we can expect a lot. Okay, it looks like President Biden is finding his way out right now. I almost want to rewind that just to show you guys he does have the capabilities of finding his way out of a room. There he goes. He walks straight out. It's only one door. He didn't have to choose between two different doors. That's amazing. And he closes. Yeah, so that is the speech. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Biden did find his way out of the room. So congratulations to that. It always helps to make sure that our president of the United States of America knows his way around, right? So I'm only kidding, guys. I don't like to talk bad about any political adversary, because and it doesn't matter who is the president. It doesn't matter. We want to see them succeed, because if the president doesn't succeed, then that falls back on America. I want to see America doing good, so I always want to see the president doing well. But it's always entertaining to see what he does after his speeches, because he's had a few mishaps about getting around. So it's fun to watch that. It's fun to joke around about that. But obviously, I always want to see our leaders succeed. In America, it doesn't matter who you vote for. You want to see America succeed if you are in America. So good for you, President. I hope he eases up a little bit of that tension for us, guys, because right now it seems pretty fearful in the market at these lows. But we're starting to get a nice little pop here at 383.27. Remember, guys, I'm expecting a pop before another drop. Maybe even back up into this 200 moving average. That'd be quite a push, but we already seen that push in pre-market happen once. So anything can happen. Be careful. I am shorting this little pop that we had in the market right now. That could be a bad idea because, you know, we are at the lows and we are into supply. But with the overall market and the way it's sitting, unless we push from where we're at, I'm still looking to short. So that's just my ideas. Those are not yours. You know, if you have something that's popping up, because I have nothing on my gap up scanners today, guys, in the small cap stocks, it's kind of slow. So if you're seeing something that I'm not, just let me know, guys. Let me know what you got going on, and I'll be happy to go over it. If not, I'm going to go over whatever the heck I want to go over. And if you guys haven't already, right here in the chat, pow, I just added our Discord that Alex was so started up for us. So generous of him to do so. So if you are interested in talking to anybody outside of chat, outside of YouTube, you can join that Discord. It's absolutely free because I will never ask anything of you guys that costs money. You won't hear me asking for super chats. You won't hear me asking for donations. You won't hear me asking for super likes or to join some expensive monthly BS, okay? I'm bringing you everything for free here. Every single thing, the analysis, the stock commentary, and the live trading that I do in front of you is all for free, guys. And that's how I always want to keep this site. The only way I want to get paid from this is once I get that 1,000 subscribers, then I can monetize my channel, and then we can start getting paid from that. Then, when I start getting paid from YouTube, guys, that is when things will get even better, because I'm going to pour all my heart and soul into this now. And then when I start getting paid, I won't have to do anything outside in order to continue to progress with making money. I will be able to drown my whole life and everything into this YouTube, just like I am now, only I'll have even more time, guys. So you guys are already helping me. We're over 300 subscribers already, which is an amazing feat for such a small channel in just over a month. So guys, if you like it, if you love it, smack that subscribe button because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So let's see. Oh, B Stewie's here. Morning, all. Be careful out there today. Yes, sir. That's what we have been preaching today. Need to be careful. So this is my line in the sand for the SQs. You know, I'd like to hold on to this for the overall, but when we're in this area, if we don't see any type of bounce back or reaction and it's starting to look strong for the overall SPY, well, then I am going to exit this position. But I'm going to give it a little bit more room just because I am expecting a pullback. So but we'll see. You know, you never know with the market. The market will stay solvent for a lot longer than you can. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if I think something's going to happen, right? Because you don't know. If anybody ever tells you, I know this is going to happen, you need to get very, very far away from them. The only people that are right are liars, okay? Those are the people that will lie their way through everything. Well, I said this, but I also said this, and they'll only bring up their positive things. But you guys know I'm a loser unless I'm learning here. So we always try to learn from that. So good morning, guys. It's good to see you. Here's my cup of coffee. I hope you got yours because we're going to need some coffee to actually, we don't really need any coffee in this market today because it is action packed. But you know, I do like to wake my sleepy bear up with some caffeine, baby. I like that caffeine. Speaking of which, we got the caffeine back here in the center. This isn't the nerve center like B Stewie's got, but hey, it's my center and I love it. And yeah, it looks like we're doing A-okay, but not on our trade. So we might want to look at trimming a piece of this position here, but we're just going to hold on for a little bit longer to see what this wants to do. I really think this big push here definitely needs a nice little pullback here, but we don't want to see anything too crazy happen. So this VWAP area, you know, this is going to be basically my final tell in this trade. So this is why I don't care for pre-market trades, guys. I'm not good at pre-market at all. If anything, I think the best time I do in the markets is somewhere around noon, right when that law comes in. I usually can find a good area. I can find out, you know, what the market's going. I can choose its direction. I guess in a sense with better risk reward. So, you know, if you were looking at this around 12, you could use this top as a short. risking this from here to here, and then you could get half out at VWAP and hold the last half to see what actually happens with it. And those are trades that I like to take. This pre-market seems to be a little bit harder because there's never usually a lot of volatility. There's not a lot of people that like to sit here in pre-market, or if they do, there's not a lot of price action in pre-market. It doesn't usually, the price action doesn't usually hold in these pre-market areas. So you got to be careful trading these pre-markets. You gotta learn and understand that when you're playing pre-market, you need to have wider stops, and anything could happen at market open. So if I'm in this at market open and this thing just SQs just flushes, meaning the Qs just take off, then I'm in bad news bears, right? So maybe I'll get out before market open, because speaking of which, we only have 18 minutes till market open, guys. So awesome if you guys have been here for the pre-market prep. Give yourself a pat on the back, because we went through it all and we showed you things aren't looking very pretty, but we might get a nice little pop in the market, which might find a nice area to short. Now, I could be completely wrong. We might get a pop, hold up high, trade sideways, and then head ever loving higher. If that happens, that's a-okay too, because I'm a bear with bull horns. I want to see the markets doing better. I do. I would love to see the markets doing better. Even though I'm trying to short the market right now, I'd love to see the markets doing better, because that's going to be better for the overall market in general, for your 401ks, for your Roth IRAs. So let's run through the indices really quick. We have the SPY trading at 383.56, having a nice little bounce off of its January trading lows. And it's popped up here. Now we're getting some wicking up here at the top, just as we expected. That's why I didn't get out of my short sale trade. But hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully this market can hold up. If not, I'll be making a pretty penny to the downside. Now, we have the IWM up here at its VWAP area in pre-market, still well below a 200-day moving average, and it sold off hard on Friday on volume. Qs here now trying to get a little bounce off those bottoms of 284.65. It came all the way up to this 288.11, which is its area of liquidity, but it's definitely not its highest area of liquidity. That 290, or that 290 area would be a bigger area of liquidity, but it couldn't even get up to there. It might still get up to that 290 area. If it does in the morning, that might be a better area to take a short than actually where I did. Okay, so just keep that in mind, guys. Now let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix had a big sell-off here in pre-market. It did ramp back up, but didn't get up very high and sold off. Now trading at 290.87. Remember, guys, I've been talking about Netflix for weeks now, over a month. And every time we bring this up, I keep telling you, if it broke this area, we're going to test the trend line. If it breaks the trend line, we have the ability to come all the way down here to this 200-day moving average. Now, it looks like that might actually come into fruition if the market still wants to be weak, guys. So keep that in mind. We've been calling this out to a T of what's going to happen. Now, Microsoft sold off very, very hard in pre-market, had a nice little pop, but is back in its selling off area. So, we're kind of seeing the same thing across the board. Now, if the market can catch a bid here and push back up into its supply area and trade sideways, that's going to be great for the overall market. It really, really would. You want to see that. You want to see that in the market in general, just because you want to be able to, you want to be able to trust in the equities and in the markets and in your 401ks. But like I said, these pops are very dangerous, guys, because Amazon, big sell off here. If it pops back up into its $90 area, well, we already know that $90, one, is going to be psychological, and two, 90 is, well, it's still actually below its supply area. So Amazon's got a lot of pushing to do in order to get back up even into its supply area. So it's looking pretty bad for Amazon as well, even on this pop trading at 89.64, guys. So let's take a look at Meta. Now, Meta, like I was telling you earlier, it looked stronger with the overall market failing, but it looks like I jinxed it, because this thing sold off hard and now is trading like the overall market, trading right into that 180 area, which is now going to act as a resistance. If it can break through that, it's got 181 to fight through. If it can break through that, 185 to break through. So we have a lot of stuff going on here for Meta. So if it can, it can, and I'm rooting for it. No, let's go Meta. Let's go Facebook. Let's do this. But if it wants to sell off, I'm not going to be surprised because it's running right into a lot of its liquidity. So it's trading still, Meta is still trading above that 10-day moving average, looking really good, but not so good if you talk about all the overhead resistance. So be very careful out there, guys. NVIDIA looks like, now this is interesting. So NVIDIA had a big sell-off here, but now we're not seeing any kind of pop from NVIDIA. We might get that now as I jinx it, but this NVIDIA now is looking weak in the market as everything else is pushing back up into its VWAP area, now pushing higher. It looks like NVIDIA is really struggle busting it right now, which is very, very interesting to me. Still trading above the 21-day moving average. It squatted down on that at the end of Friday. So, you know, we'll see. We'll really see what happens. Oh, yeah, Seeds definitely on that huge gap fill to the downside. I actually was talking about that Meta gap fill a long time. Alex, I'll catch up with you just 1 second. So Meta, we've been talking about this. When it came down here and it held this 170 area, I said, be careful if this breaks the 170 area, it's probably going to come down here and do the gap fill at this 200-day moving average. Okay, now it held, and I said if this thing does hold, be careful because it's going to want to come back up and test that 180. Not only did it test that 180, but it broke through that 180 and then got up into its trading volume at 190 before starting to sell off. So Seeds, great idea pointing that out. That is definitely going to be something I'm going to be watching, especially if we keep getting this push up here. If we can get up to this 181, then that might be a-okay for a tasty little trade to the south side. So we'll see what is actually going to come of that Meta trade. But yes, I would love to see, if I was short, I would love to see Meta come all the way back down to that 200-day moving average, as I have been talking about it for months now. For over a month now. So we're going to have to just see what exactly comes of it. But yes, thank you for pointing that out. Alex says, interesting to see as the news of the bank failing, Bitcoin has been pushing to the upside. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, if we bring up Bitcoin, you can see that, Bitcoin has usually followed the stock market. It usually, or it has for a very long time, it has followed the stock market. So let's take a look at this. As the market fails, it's pushing right back up here into this area of liquidity. And why do I call this an area of liquidity? Well, because it sold off once, it popped up a second time, sold off. Now it's popped up this third time. It needs to hold somewhere in this area in order for me to expect this to move higher, because this is its big bout of liquidity. Its next push is this 452 area, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. Bitcoin is looking strong. Well, the SPY looks like it's hurting. So this could be the reason why, guys. I'm just going to talk out loud, and you guys can agree to disagree or agree. It doesn't matter. If we have the overall banks failing, and we can't trust the banks because they're too speculative, well, then we just go to the next speculative thing. And what is that? The next speculative thing is going to be your cryptocurrencies. So if we can't trust our money in the dollar, then what do we trust it in? Well, a lot of people, their next thing to go to would be Bitcoin. So that's just my thought. That might be seeing the big reason why we're seeing a lot of activity there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there, guys. Very interesting. And yes, it is interesting to see, the bank failing, that Bitcoin starts pushing higher. So, people need to believe in something. And if you can't believe in the banks, you might as well believe in, the next best thing. But some people might argue that that's gold. Some people might argue that that's platinum. Some people might argue that that's food and water. Okay, so, but here we're going to do our absolute best to stay positive about everything because, there's money to be made in this market on both sides. So if we are seeing the bears prevail, cheers to you bears. I hope we are on the same side as you and we can make money to the downside. But bulls, keep them bullhorns sharpened, because at any given time the Fed might say something, or the president might find his way back into the office by doing a complete circle around the White House and say something crazy that takes this market to the north side. So keep that in mind, guys. So listen, I haven't done this in a minute. We only got 9 minutes till market open. Goodness gracious, I need a sip. I've been hovering this coffee by my lips for like 5 minutes of talking. I'm just sitting here hovering and hovering. I'm rising up. We're raising up, guys. it is getting exciting. We're getting close to the market open. We got about 9 minutes till market open. My knee's doing A-okay today. Yesterday it was hurting. So today we're going to do our best to just kind of lean on the right-hand side until it gets too tight, and then we'll sit back down. But it's too crazy to be sitting down for me right now. So let me take a sip of this hovering coffee. My gosh, that's some good coffee. So bless this day, guys, because I think it is going to be absolutely crazy in the market. I'm pumped. Oh, Mama's here. Good morning, Mama. I absolutely love to see you pop in here and say hello. So get me in your pocket. Let me talk. Let me rattle. Let me rumble, baby, because this is going to be just like rumble strips. I think this market is going to be like rumble strips today. You're going to take a trade and you're going to be going, right? So we'll see. Speaking of that, let's take a look at my trade and see if I'm on some rumble strips right now. So we took the SQs. Let's take a look to see where we're at. We're down about $5 in this. You guys know that I'm trying to defend this VWAP area. I'll definitely be out if it breaks this VWAP area, but just like we seen a huge sell-off in the market, I was waiting for that pop. We got that pop, and now I am in short. But remember, guys, anything could happen. I could be terribly wrong. This thing could fail on me. So the first thing I ask myself is, where is my risk? I know where my risk is. My risk is anywhere around VWAP. If it breaks that area and I don't want to hold, then I will let go. That is called a soft stop. Now, if I wanted to after market open and we took off to the higher side, I could make this a hard stop where if it comes down and I wasn't looking and we weren't playing peekaboo with this trade anymore, this thing comes down, it stops me out with a hard stop. And I might do that if we get some movement to the north side. So, hey, John Shields is in the house. Good morning, John. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you, brother. I'm glad that you made it. Have some hard electronic and mental stop losses, because today can destroy you if you play it wrong. Absolutely, guys. Alex, it's great that you brought that up. You can get destroyed today if you play this wrong, guys. So be very careful. Make sure you're taking small share size. Like I said, I only took 25 into this trade. You know, I might lose $10 or $20 on this trade if it doesn't hold out, but I know my risk. Because if I didn't know my risk and I was a deer in headlights when this thing just floods, just fails on me, well, the biggest issue there would be is I'm standing there watching my money go down with it, right? So if the SPY decides that it doesn't want to hold up in these areas and it decides it's going to fail, then I am short the market. But if it wants to push up higher and show us a better area up high to take a short in, then I will exit this position and I will simply find a new position to enter to take a better short. So audio way better today, B. Stewie says. Well, good. I switched back to the snowball. I hope it's better than even 2 days ago or on Thursday. But you know, I'm really happy that we switched back, and I'm glad that we can make it through that it was only decent audio quality the last week. But guys, I will always be upgrading the show. I will always be doing my best, but I'm going to do it on a budget because I believe I can bring you all the content that you need for absolutely free, right? And I feel like I can keep this studio going for almost absolutely free. I mean, I got electric bills, I got gas bills to pay to keep me warm while I'm here, but if I need to shut the gas off and put on some sweatshirts, that's what I'll do, okay? That's what I'll stinking do. Now, as we speak, guys, we have 4 minutes, 30 seconds left. Thank you for that new vision, keeping me on top of it. Always to get your advice, and always good to get your advice in the market. Thank you, John. Much appreciated for that, guys. I absolutely love these compliments. Sometimes trading can be extremely hard. It's like we're in a submarine. You're underwater. There's a ton of pressure, right? Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Well, I can tell you this, guys. Getting those compliments, knowing that I'm helping you out, knowing that I'm being entertaining helps alleviate some of that pressure because trading is so hard, guys. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. You can ask any trader. They're going to tell you it's not easy. Today may have been easy. Yesterday may have been easy, but sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the one doing the hammer and you're making that money. You're taking other people's money, and other days you're the nail. You're just taking it, you're getting hit, but that's why we practice what we preach. We use stop losses here, guys, okay? Know where you should exit. Know how much you're going to lose before you take the trade. Always. If you don't, you're going to be hurting. You might not show up the next day to trade, okay? Now it looks like the SPY is trading at 382.50. Let's take a look at the indices because we only have 3 minutes till market open. Ooh-wee, I'm getting excited, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting excited. Now, the SPY at 382.50 looks like it is trading lower below its VWAP area, and the IWM, the Russell 2000, looks like it's doing the exact same thing. As for the Qs, we are getting that pullback that I anticipated, and Netflix, it might be going all the way down, down, down to that 200-day moving average. We will see very, very soon. Now, Microsoft, as it touched its VWAP area, now trading at 247.10, failing like the rest of it. Amazon looking stronger than the rest, but sitting here at its tops right in that VWAP area, and it looks like it's going to start heading down soon. Meta, just as it gapped up into that VWAP area, it smacked into it extremely hard and now is heading lower. So watch out below. It looks like we have some trades. Now look at NVIDIA. As we talked about, guys, NVIDIA didn't even make it back up into its VWAP area. It did not even make it back up to this 230 before it started to fail. It just gave a smaller pop, lots of wicks, and it looks like, man, this looks really, really bad for NVIDIA right here at this open. Are we going to get that pop into this area? If we do get that pop into that area, I want to know about it, because that might be the last stand on some of these stocks if we continue to fail. Now, if we get a nice push to the north side and NVIDIA wants to keep heading higher, that might not be the best trade for me, but from what I'm seeing, if this pops up anywhere into this 230 area, I'm going to want to get in short for NVIDIA. Let's take a look at Tesla and Apple really quick. We look at a minute and 30 seconds before market open, guys. I'm excited. I sure hope you guys are excited too. We got the bell sitting here, so here we go. Tesla looks like it's breaking down to 167.28. Now remember, guys, I talked, if it breaks this area, which it looks like it already has once, but if it stays below that 170, we have a long way to go. This thing can come all the way down to this 140 area. Yes, that is almost debilitating to say, especially for any of you Teslaonians. That might happen though, so don't be mad at my technical analysis. I'm just reading the charts. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what's going to happen, but I can say it looks pretty scary at these lows for Tesla. If it wants to head lower, it can very well head down to that 140 area, maybe even that 150, and stutter before it gets down to 140. So watch out for that, guys. Now we have 43 seconds left. Let me tell you guys something. If you're just joining me, we are live. So make sure you are live. We take live commentary, live analysis, and live stock trades right here in front of you guys. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, then go ahead, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because we have an awesome day for you guys. I am pumped, I am passionate, and I am Dave. Welcome to LoFiTrader. So we're going to do an awesome job for you guys today. We only got 30 seconds, so let me get a little sip Shawana. This is for the crew. Good morning, everybody. B. Stewie, we got New Vision, Seeds of Humanity, Alex, we got Granny Ranny, Ginger Hopper, we got John Shields, B. Stewie, Rabia, Granny Ranny, Little Pencil if you're still in here. You know, we got the crew, baby. So good morning, guys. Good morning. 5, 4, 3. Yeah, baby! There we go. Now we start our day right away. The market gives a small little uptick at that 381.72 on the SPY. We need to make sure we are keeping an eye on our trade here, guys, because we don't know what the heck is going to happen in this market. So we have a trade in the SQs to the short side right off the rippity rip. We're going to see what happens. Do I exit this trade almost immediately? Because we know we're going to have a crazy bout of volatility coming in here. It might go up, it might go down, but we are going to be here to commentate on it. So it is trading at 381.75. We have a small down tick. It looks like it's starting to push down to the lower side. 381.69. Let's take a look at Alex. Dang, LoFiTrader, looks like the Discord bot announcer didn't work unless I set it to market open by accident. Hey, that's okay. We will work and fix on that at a later time, because right now we are about to see what the market wants to do in this situation. Now, if I know the market, we're probably going to see a nice little push higher to trap some people in this before heading lower. But we're holding on to our short sale to see if that's exactly what it wants to do. NVDA, one thing I would need to look at with NVDA is simply this. Yes, it is coming back up into that area. It is pushing. And, I might want to try and get a little bit in short here. So we're going to see what happens. Maybe I can get this in. Maybe I can just set my order here. Let's see. JFBR just went off. Not 100% sure what JFBR is, but we'll take a quick look. JFBR. All right. This is the cup and handle. This is, nope, that's not what I want to see. So this is going to be going for a breakout. Please don't mind JFBR at this point in time. That is, I think I'm done with breakout trades, guys. I think I have enough. I think I've gotten about 50. So there's NVIDIA. Okay, so I want to join the ask on NVIDIA because this is right in the area where I'd want to short. I'm only taking 25 shares short, guys. I'm just going to keep it small today because I know things are absolutely crazy. What else just went off on my alerts? So bear with me, guys. I need to make sure that I have everything going on the way it needs to be. So we are getting a pop with JFBR. I don't know if you guys like these breakout trades, but I feel like I am done taking these breakout trades, especially with the market doing what the market wants to do right now. Now look, guys, that's why I wait for my levels, and you guys know it. You guys know here first that sometimes I have a hard time holding on to those levels. Now look at that, guys. I set my join the ask button in right here. We waited for that to pop up. You were here for pre-market prep, and I told you NVIDIA is holding out. What's it holding out for? I'm waiting for that pop before the drop, and sure enough, guys, we got it. We got that pop, we got that trade, and we're already up within 30 seconds, $58.25. If you don't like that kind of trade, I don't know what I can bring you or what kind of content that is here that is going to make you happy. So like it, love it, leave that subscribe button, guys, because this is the kind of stuff we're doing here every single day, okay? Now, this might come back up and stop me out for break even, but I want to hold on for that longer expected move. So if the Qs want to fail, if the SPY wants to fail now from these areas, then that's A-okay. We got our short in today, and we're expecting a bigger move. Now, if you guys didn't get this short in up here in this 230 area, now's not the time. Now's not the place where I would do it, because I should be taking shares out as this thing comes down. Okay, so if this wants to pop back up into this area, I'd rather get out for break even than take anything right now because I'm expecting a bigger move on this trade. Now, this might not happen. It might head right back up to where I got it in, and that's okay. I will get out for break even, and then I will keep my eye on the trade to see what is going to happen. So we are popping back up here into this area. Are we going to see some sell-off? Only time will tell. So I'm going to bring the SPY up here on the left-hand side and see where that's trading. Now, guys, expect to get a lot of volatility today. I think we're already starting to see some pretty dense volatility this morning. We're up to 3 million, almost 4 million shares traded within the first 5 minutes of the SPY being open. That is roughly pretty normal, but you know, we really need to keep an eye out for everything because anything can change. I could be, you guys just seen it. I was up $50 and then boom, I was only up $20 on this trade. So you need to keep in mind, guys, at any point in time today, the market might come out of nowhere and blow your socks off, rip your face off, and you will be crying to mama, and she ain't gonna do nothing because she lives in Missouri. So, mama, come on, mama, help me, mama. But yeah, guys, so we're going to keep an eye on everything, and we're going to run through the indices on this top left side and see if what I said is going to play out. Now, IWM, no pop. It looks like it's a selling off monkey pucker right there. The Qs look like they did get that little pop we asked for and is down to 286.96. Let's keep on carrying on here with Netflix. It didn't even give us a pop. This thing came out, well, I'll give it a little pop to 288.73, but now trading at 287.34 for Netflix, NFLX. So Netflix is not chilling. Netflix is not chilling at all unless it's chilling at its lows. Microsoft, we had that pop in the pre-market right before it opened, and now we are selling off at 246.64, lows of the days and well below where it closed the other day. So we are up $69. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I said it. You heard it here first. NVDA, we are up $69. Scratch that. We're up $72 now on NVDA. So can I hold on for the longer expected move, or should I start taking half out now? Well, I can promise you this. Knowing how I trade, I should probably take out half now because I'm going to get squeamish with this anyway. But we're going to hold on to this for the bigger expected move because I know that there's a lot of liquidity in that 230 area, and we might see some further selling off action, especially because we are going over the overall market and we're seeing it across the board. Everything popped back up into its liquidity area like we talked about in pre-market. I'm so happy that I can be here for pre-market, that this is being recorded, because if anybody has showed up after market, after the live stream, they can look exactly what we were talking about, crew. This crew was talking about in pre-market. Pop, drop, we got it, baby, and we got ourselves set up for that one specific reason, guys, and now we're making money. This is the way you want to do it, okay? This is the way you want to do it. Show up for pre-market prep, know your levels, make that stinking money. Now, guys, I talked about this, popping up here and getting short in that 180 area. But we didn't get that in this morning pop. We would have had to take that in pre-market. And you guys know how I talk about pre-market. I don't care for that pre-market stuff at all, guys. I don't like pre-market. So we did take a pre-market trade, but that's why when we took this pre-market trade, we took it on low share size. I am 25 shares short of the QQQ. Why do I say I am short, but yet I'm making money as it goes up? This is the SQQQ, meaning it is the triple levered inverse ETF of the QQQ, meaning if the Q goes down, the SQs go up. 3 times the amount the Qs go down. Okay, so I got 25 shares. It's not a lot, but it's what I was willing to risk this VWAP area. Okay, I'd seen it pop up. You guys were here in pre-market when I took this trade. It popped up into this area of liquidity, and I gave it to VWAP in order to hold out. Now, we are making money on this trade, and it is looking absolutely scrumptious right now, but I'm holding on for the bigger expected move because with everything that's happening in the market today, things are looking very squeamish and very scary overall. So we are up about $120, and we are only in pre-market for 7 minutes, guys. This is what you want to see. This is what's going to keep on keeping on. So thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I like to make money, and if you like to make money too, hit that subscribe button. Now let's catch up because Alex has got a tasty little thing to tell me. Out of the short, there is still so much more to sell off. I know, Alex, but hey, you're protecting your money, and I almost want to do the exact same thing right here, is take off that money. So you know what I'm going to do, Alex? Just because I know what's best is I'm going to buy the market right here. Oh, I got to switch it today. Switch it today. Man, it's so hard to do this. So I'm taking off half here, though, guys. I need to take off half and let the rest. So I'm going to buy market. Bang, right there, guys. I just put a solid $80 in the bank right there, and I'm going to let the other half ride. So how do I let this ride? Well, all I have to do is set my stop loss to break even here, and I know that no matter what happens on this trade, guys, I have made my money. Now, if this thing wants to come all the way back up and stop me out for break even, I've already made 80 bucks. I don't really care. But if this trade wants to continue to head lower, head to the south side, start heading towards that 200-day moving average, that's fine. It can keep on printing me money. This is a no sweat trade. I've already made money, and it's only 9 minutes into market open. That's why we're here for pre-market prep, guys, so we can obtain these levels, so we can have a better understanding of what is going to happen in the market. We can take those trades and we can make that money, okay? So SQ is still heading higher. We're up about $19 on this small trade, and it's looking overall very scrumptious. Now we are at the pre-market highs, so I want to go through the indices and see really what's happening. Oh, look at NZIM right here, guys, right in that area that I told you I would want to take a short. Now I can use this, let's see, but the stock is not available to short. Okay, so I cannot short ZIM. They don't have any shares available. If you were to try and short this, you would have to borrow shares from your market, and I don't care to do that. I don't like to spend money to borrow shares from a market. I'd much rather see be able to get in short for free on these heavy liquid stocks like Nvidia, like Microsoft, like all of that, you know. So let's go through the indices because it looks like my boys are trying to protect me here, saying there's some bulls in the SPY. We do get some wicking. We are getting some wicking down here, and I imagine we're getting that because they're playing this double bottom one or they're playing this low on the SPY. So right now, all I'm seeing right off the get is we're getting a ton of selling off volume, but where is the buying volume? Where are the buyers? So if we look at the tape to try and understand, I'm not seeing anything either. We could bring up the level 2 here, and we can see, you know, on this left side, these are where all your buys are. So it looks like there are some buys coming in here, guys. But where? But where? It looks like, no, all the way down to 181 is our biggest order down there, you know, and that could be a spoofing order. So all the way down here at this 181, there is some buying, but it's still selling off, guys. It looks very, very bad for the overall market. So Alex, thanks for bringing that up. But yes, it does look like those bulls are trying, but try all you want. There is a lot of selling pressure overhead, so be careful out there, guys. Look at the Nvidia candle. Yes, sir, we were looking at that Nvidia candle, and that's why I got out half. I seen that you were getting out. You secured your profits because you're sticking to your heavily planned, even though these lotto days, I want to be disciplined. I don't even want to read lotto, Alex. Dude, Don't even write lotto. Don't even write it because you're going to infuriate me, dude. We don't play lotto trades here, guys. And if we do, it's pennies on the dollar. We're literally, I took a lotto trade with you guys on, what low float cap stock was that, Rabia, that I took with you guys on here? I probably could find it on my small cap watch list. Was it OCEA? I think it was OCEA. Yeah. Guys, look at OCEA. This was a lottery trade for me, okay? I marked this out, this $8 area. We got in here at $8.50, risking $8, and we watched it pop and fail, and I got out. I exited this trade. Now, is this trade over? No, absolutely not. If it wants to reclaim this area, in this $8.50 area, we might be able to take this for another trade again because it did not sell all the way off, okay? So to me, that was a lottery trade, guys. That was a lottery trade because I didn't believe in the stock. Okay, and if it was just going to go straight up, well, then I could have been in it. But instead, I risked like $1.25 in order to learn this trade and teach part of this trade with you guys, okay? So that's just what I did here, and this is what I consider a lotto trade because I don't play this strategy. I don't play this play ever, but I wanted to play it with you guys so we could learn together, okay? Seeds of Humanity says, do you think it sells through that demand? Are you talking about the SPY or NVIDIA specifically? Do you think it sells through that demand? Seeds of Humanity, let me know which stock you're talking about. Are you talking about the supply that I drew out here on the SPY? Because if you're talking about that, I would like to say no, that it's not going to sell all the way through that. But the real answer here is I don't know. I really do not know. So, you know, that being said, you know, I definitely would not, I'm not going to act like I know, but what I can say is on a technical basis, when I take a look at this, I say we are right at its heaviest area of support. So what I would want to do is I would want to really keep an eye on this area. If I really keep an eye on this area, this is going to give me those subtle clues like, hey, where are the bulls? Where are people buying up these areas? And we aren't seeing much of anything. We've seen some buying up at 380, which is this high liquidity area, and it bounced, but look, it didn't bounce very high before wicking off and already heading back down here. So can it break through that supply? Yes, it definitely can. Will it? I don't have the answers for that. The only thing that I can do is really zoom in on this thing like I am on the 5-minute here today, and I'm checking to see, hey, where's the wicks? What's wicking off here? So, okay, we see a few wicks on the 5-minute. Let's look at this 15. Okay, we're seeing some wicks on the 15, but that was in pre-market. So, you know, what's really going to come of this area? I don't know, but we are going to keep a watch on not just the SPY, but the Qs and all the other indices to see, guys, if this is going to hold out. And Seeds, it's no big deal, brother. I'm a big talking head, so if you put something in the chat, guys, you got to put context in there because I will read right through it, I will talk right through it, and then I will confuse myself by talking over everything that I already said because I like to keep the action packed, baby. You got to keep this action packed, right? Because stocks can be boring sometimes, but not today. Not today, baby. It's crazy. And that's why I'm here, guys, because I love to give you the stock commentary. I love to do stock analysis, and I love to bring you entertainment, and that's why I take live trades in front of you guys. We are up $149, and we are only 15 minutes into the trading day. So keep that in mind, guys. If you love to see it, if you want to learn how I take these trades, just show up for pre-market prep. I'm not going to ask you to pay me any money for this because why? Well, because I absolutely love doing this. And if we get up to 1,000 subscribers, you guys already know I will be getting paid anyway. So it looks like we are starting to see a little buying action down here at the SPY. Like Alex was bringing up, that there are some bulls down here, as there should be. We do have this power that's down here. And, you know, I really just want to lock in these profits. Just lock in these profits, but goodness gracious, I said what I was going to do. Now I want to see through it. But man, you know, these little pops, this wick here. Now this is the 15-minute. I'm getting a wick on this 15-minute, a wick on this 15-minute. So what is going to happen? I'm just keeping an eye on things. Let me run through the indices, and I think that will give me a better idea of if I should be calm here and relax and see through the plan, or if I should exit maybe a little bit more. Now, as you guys know, I have such a hard time holding on. When I start selling profits and taking profits, I usually start selling and taking them right away. So IWM is trading at 171.24, well below its Friday's closing price. Let's take a look at the Qs. So the Qs also trading at their lows at 285.69. Looks like the little bit of wicking that we were getting on the 15 minutes is getting sold back off into. Netflix selling off hard, 285. Let me zoom in on the 5 minutes to get a better idea. Yeah, just selling off hard, heading back down towards its morning lows. Microsoft looks very, very weak right here. Now, this could be a good buy area. I want to just say that because a lot of times when you're looking at a stock and it looks very, very weak, a lot of times people see that area and that's where they start buying up, and it just hangs out and lingers like a smelly fart under the covers until bam, you put your head under the covers and you wake right up, meaning the stock goes up, all right? So be careful with these sleepers, guys. If you get a little squeaky sleeper under the covers, you know, they can pack a punch, so be careful. As we speak, Microsoft is pumping up to 247.30. Will this thing carry on higher? We will see. Amazon's doing the same. It looks like we've found a base now. Meta looks like we got some wicks off on that 5 minute. It looks like it wants to push up higher as well. But remember, guys, this isn't a huge push so far. This is just a little reaction that we're getting. If we want to see a huge push, we're going to have to get through that VWAP. We're going to have to test that VWAP, hold that VWAP, and then try and head on higher. So let's see what happens with the overall market, because these sentiments that we're getting, these bearish sentiments that we're getting, that we're seeing. Now look at that, right off the get, I'm already back down. I was up in the SQs. I was up about $20 in the SQs, and then bam, next thing we know, look what happens, guys. This thing sells off quick, and that's why you have to be quick with these triple levered ETFs, because it can just be a quick second, just a quick moment, and that's all it takes, and then bam, you are going in the opposite direction. But remember, guys, as I said, if we get these pops, I'm looking to sell these off. Right? So let me just go ahead and join the bid to see if I can't get 25 more shares in on the SQs. Now, I'm going to be quick to sell these off because I just added into a position that if it goes against me, I'm going to get out very, very quick, because you don't know where these things can head, and I want to protect my capital as best as I possibly can. So right there, that's it. That's where I'm going to head and take off. So let's go ahead and sell. I need to switch this to day, and then we need to sell this market. Okay, so I'm out of this trade for a $22 loss. I try to add into that pop, and here we go. Back over here for NVIDIA, popping right back up into its highs. Things are looking crazy right now. We got a good reversal as we started to see all that wicking back off in all the indices. Now, how high will these things pop? Will we see another big drop because it's back up into that 288? Remember, we talked about that 290 area? If it can pop back up into that 290 area, that might be a nice spot to get in short. Now, NVIDIA climbing back up higher just over its VWAP area. I think what I really need to do here is take and set my last 15 shares here just to show you guys I have a hard stop in, and I'm going to see to this trade, right? So I got in at 229.54. That is 229.54 right up at these tops. What a beautiful trade that was, guys. So 229.54, we're going to use this high right here, and we will sell 15 at these highs. I don't want to do that. I've done that before on stream, where you sell again, you buy another short set. But if this thing comes and clears these highs, it actually might be a really good spot to actually get short in. So I should give myself a little bit more room, but I won't. Because this was the game plan going into it, and I'd rather just protect my capital here, guys. So we might see another big sell-off. It might head on lower, and that's A-okay because I want to see the bigger expected move. But if this thing wants to stop me out and then sell off hard, that's fine. We're going to wash our hands of that trade and say, hey, we made our money on the trade. That's that. So, oh, Joshi's here. Good morning, Joshi. Here, cheers to you. Here's to you, buddy. We're already up about $80 today. $80 in the market. We've already locked those profits in, and now we're setting the rest of ours to a break-even trade. So that way, we make sure we protect our capital, guys. So that is an update for you, John. Or Joshi. It's good to see you. Dow Jones intraday buy target, very nice at 319.44. He says, and his stop loss is at 31.57. Joshi, you like playing that Dow Jones. And to me, I think you're playing it on the daily, aren't you? That's awesome, man. You love to see it. You love to see people being able to extrapolate money from usually places that you wouldn't expect people to be taking them. So the Dow Jones, this is the futures here, guys. And it looks like he said he is going to, let me reread it. Buy target 319. Very nice. So you right now is your buy target. And let's see, your exit stop loss is 31.57. So 31.57. So the low of day. It looks like a little bit lower than the low of day, so that's awesome. That's awesome, man. I love to hear it. I'm glad you got a game plan going, and I'm glad that you put also your stop loss in there. So Joshi seems to be pretty bullish on the overall market, which I can see why. We are at those lows. We are trailing. We are seeing a lot of wicking on these bottoms. With such a huge sell-off, we can expect a snap up. And look, right in this liquidity area, right at that 180 area, I told you guys that looks like a great place to go ahead and get in. It could be the best place or the worst place, actually, is what I said specifically. It could be the best place or the worst place to be buying shares right now. So it looks like if you bought in that area, like we talked about, all that wicking in the area, you are seeing a pretty profit right now. But just remember, guys, with these profits, with these bounces, remember, we're expecting these bounces because with a big sell-off like that, we are expecting a bounce, but it's running right into liquidity. So we're going to have to see it play out. What exactly is going to happen in this area, and can we keep on carrying on? The way I see it, the way I've talked about it in pre-market, is we are looking for bounces. And this is the bounce that I was expecting in the market. Now, we're seeing a little bit higher than I anticipated. Now, on SPY, it looks like it's right where it should be. Let's look at a few other indices. So, Apple, very, very beautiful bounce here. Let me bring this chart over here. Very beautiful bounce in Apple. Now, breaking through this first area of liquidity. But remember, this 151 is going to be the real test as well. The same for NVIDIA. This 230 is its real test. And it tested it once and headed lower. So, will Apple even make it up to that 152 area? I'm not 100% sure, but I don't trust the market today, guys. I'm very skeptical over the overall market and any kind of bounce like we're seeing in Netflix here as well. We're seeing a nice bounce in Netflix as well, but it might sell off. It's at 290.72. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Right back up. Now, I talked about this 250 area, guys, and it touched that 250 and now is selling off hard. So keep in mind, guys, watch these bounces. I want to see where Meta's at. Amazon got a nice bounce. It's selling off again. Meta did get that bounce right into that 180 area, and we literally just went over all of this, guys. So, I don't want to sound like the guy that's saying, hey, I told you so, hey, I told you so, because you guys already know. If you were here for pre-market prep, I already marked out all these levels. I already talked about this bounce. I already talked, and now we're seeing it play out. Now, the real question is, does this actually sell off or does it hold? My personal opinion, I think we're going to see some more selling off today because people are in fear of these banks, in fear of the peg. Unless Biden says something, unless Jerome Powell comes out and says something like, "Hey, we're not gonna hike so many," then we might head higher. But these pops, I'm expecting a bigger sell-off here, but you never know. I don't have a crystal ball, and I could be very, very wrong. We're up some money. We've already made our money on our trades today, and if we see any other tasty trades where I know for sure, you're going to see me take them here in front of you guys because I absolutely love it. So let's see. Josie says, let's see, Tesla sell target 163.25. It's a sell on rise only. Wait for taking positions. Awesome job on that. That's one thing I haven't looked at is this Tesla trade. So we did talk about Tesla and it possibly popping back up into this area. But I told you guys, because it's breaking down, actually that's a really nice area to go short on Tesla. Maybe I just take 5 shares of this and see if I can't join the ask. So yeah, I'm already short NVIDIA, so I don't really want to short another tech stock here, guys. Even though it might be a good idea in this area. But yeah, Joshi, I really like your sell target at 163. Oh, I'm sorry, not 163. This is my sell target, is this 170 area. So I think we're a little off on that, Joshi, which is great. It's good to have opposites. It's good to be able to argue both sides of it, so that way if I'm too biased, I can look and see what you're looking at, what you're going to react to. And it looks like NVIDIA is actually just trading just above this VWAP area. And as you guys know, if we see trading above a VWAP area, we can keep an eye on it. I don't like to zoom in too much on the 1 minute, but if it keeps trading above this area, it keeps getting sideways action. We are seeing some wicking up here in this 228 area, 228 even. But if this wants to hold this VWAP area, this could easily head on higher, guys. And maybe not easily because we have lots of overhead resistance, but if it wants to push higher, it has the capabilities of doing that. And good thing I didn't get into that Tesla, and that's why we don't want to manage too many trades that are in the same sector, because if you're managing trades that are in the same sector, guys, you're going to get similar results, right? So if you're going, oops, I didn't mean to do that. If you're going long in a certain sector and you're in, let's say you're in Apple, there's no point in going in in Amazon and in SPY. There's no point in doing all that too, guys, because simply put, they're probably going to all move in the same direction. So if you start to fail on NVIDIA and then I'm short Tesla too, well, then that's 2 short sales that I'm going to have to get stopped out on. I'd rather just concentrate more money into one stock rather than into 2 separate ones, okay? Now, that's different for the long-term bias. If you're going long-term, you want to spread your assets out across multiple companies. But when you're day trading, you don't want to spread your assets across a whole bunch of same ticker sectors. Okay, that's probably the best way to put it. So let's go ahead and look at OCEA. I'm trying to catch up on all your chats here. OCEA. So OCEA looks like it's right back up into that $8 area, which is now going to serve as resistance. And as you can see, it's wicking off on this area. So when you look at OCEA, I would look at this first as a short at this $8.50 area, because as you guys remember, this was our support. It was support and then it broke through. When it breaks through like that, we know it acts as resistance. So just as we talked about in pre-market prep, I brought up OCEA and I said if we get a pop here, this would be more of a short sale to me than anything. But if we look at it right now, we are seeing that pop right up into that $9 and then another flush. So anything can happen here for OCEA. But if I was going to look to the long side, I'd want to see this thing break out, get up maybe to $9.50, $10, come back down to test this $8.50 area, and then and only then will be an area that I would want to take for a long. But in the meantime, OCEA will go on the back burner to see if this is something we might want to trade in the future. Okay, so keep an eye on that, Rabia. OCEA is up today, but remember, it's only up because it's in its resistance and it might not be up for long. If it does want to hold up and stay up, then that might be something we might want to look at for tomorrow or the preceding week. Now, as we speak, NVDA has got a nice little push off that VWAP. It came and tested that VWAP and now is pushing higher. We're starting to still see some wicks on that 1 minute, but as you guys know, I get in a little trouble if I move in on that 1 minute too much. I brought it up in chat in the after hours, guys. I was trading like a madman in the after hours. I was up quite a bit of money on Friday, and I was kicking butt, and I felt almost invincible. And instead of wiping my hands clean and having a great weekend, I kept trading to the point where I overtraded and gave back a lot of those gains. So remember, guys, we don't want to overtrade either. And my biggest issue that I pointed out, because I'm a loser unless I'm learning, is I was too far zoomed in on the 1 minute time frame. So I don't want to be too far zoomed in. Now, if I'm taking a position, I don't mind getting in. OCEA now up to $8.88, looking great. Looking great. Can this thing continue to push? We know we have some resistance over here at that $10. One thing I do need to look up is UNCY, UNCY, because UNCY was looking pretty good. Now, the thing with UNCY is that we have a double top here and a sell-off, and I even made a short video on this. You guys should go check it out. About how there is resistance at this 290, this 280 to 290 area. So I said be careful around this 280, 290. I'm expecting to sell off. But if we can find a place where it can hold and then break through on volume, that is going to be a tasty little trade. So if you guys haven't seen that video, check it out. It seems like I really think I'm going to start making more shorts so I can have more analytics out there, so people, when you see them before it happens and then they take their trades, or even after it happens, they can go back and watch it and they can see, hey, this guy had some good thoughts on this, or hey, this guy's dumb as hell. Here's this one's for me, guys. This one's for me. I deserve this one. I've been talking for 2 hours straight. Right? I deserve a sip. See, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is 2 hours. I deserve a 5-second sip, Shawana. So this one's for me, guys. The next one will be for you. Now that's good coffee. UNCY is starting to get a little sell-off in that 250 area, but we will come back like a fiend on crack to take a look a little later. Now, ZIM, look at this push through. Good thing I couldn't short sale this. It may have squeezed me out, but if I would have only taken 25 shares, we'd only be down about 10 bucks, and I probably would be able to hold on to this thing to see its sell off in its liquidity area from that peak. But ZIM looking pretty strong, guys. If we would have played ZIM on that 5-minute range, we'd be up some money, but I am not looking to go long on anything today, right? As you can see, I already shorted. I've already made my money on this trade, and I'm pretty stinking happy with it. So, you know, a part of me wants to get rid of this. As you guys know, when I'm in a trade and I start taking money, I'm like, time to get out. So let's see. Brian. Let's see what Brian's got to say. Well, let me catch up on everybody in the chat. I want to make sure we got everybody in here because we got London on the track. Alex LoFiTrader just said a huge sweep. Bunch of QQQ calls and a ton of SPY puts. Let's see. Really mixed bag, not sure what's happening at the moment. Yeah, I don't, you know, I know that's something that you do, Alex. You like to look at the sweeps. You like to look at the calls and the puts and then say, oh, hey, you know, this many people are thinking this or this many people. Well, I don't do that. I just use the charts, okay? I use the charts. Now, if there's a ton of calls coming out, the calls are probably, you know, to get up into the next liquidity area. I don't really know. I don't know how to judge options, but I do appreciate you bringing me that information. A lot of it to me is just noise, just like the news is noise. Like a lot of your news is just noise. There's a lot of different feeds that are just a lot of noise, and I don't care for noise. I like to cut out that noise as best as I possibly can. So when it comes to those calls and those sweeps, the only thing I really want to know is when is triple witching, when is the most volatility supposed to be in the market, because they can extract the volatility from the market by looking into the future of what the options are trading. So that's what I like to know. I like to know the implied volatility, I think is the correct word, with those options trading. So if we can find that implied volatility, that's what I really like to see. So if we're seeing a bunch of calls, a bunch of sweeps, we know it's going to be volatile, and we already knew that before we started the trading day, guys. We knew it was going to be a volatile. We talked about it in pre-market prep. We are already up to 150 views. Goodness gracious. Good morning, guys. My name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, giving you the best commentary, the most passionate analysis that you're going to see across the board. And of course, I take live trades, guys. If you want to see me take live trades, if you want to learn from that or watch me learn from them as well, you're more than welcome to do that, because I always say you are a loser unless you are a learner, okay? So make sure we're learning from our trades, and I always say this too. Make sure you're using those stops. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like and definitely hit that subscribe, guys, because I want to be here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So let's keep on carrying on. I think I'm going to run through the indices over here on this left-hand side. So I want to see how Dollar General's doing too with all this crap going on. It looks like Dollar General got a nice little pop, but it looks like you know, we're going to see some sell-off action. It's right back into that area, and if it breaks this uptrend, I mean, this might be a tasty little trade for this. Let me see if I can't join this. Now be careful if you're going to play DG, because it's got a bit of a spread on here, which is never good when you're trading, because you want things to be liquid. You want to be in and out of these trades. So if it wants to get me in DG, that's a-okay. I'll take it and we'll ride it. But if not, we're still in NVIDIA, and we're hoping to get into some DG today. So we'll see what happens there, guys. NVIDIA just still hanging out around that VWAP area, has not pushed any higher than the 229 to get up to its 229.59 area from this morning's push. Remember this morning's push, I pointed out this 230 area, guys. I was using 230 as my stop. We got in after it popped up to this 229.64. We noticed and identified those levels before pre-market, and bam, within 7 minutes, I think, of open, we were up $80, and we locked in those profits, and then we brought our stop loss up to break even. So if this wants to break me out for even on this trade, that's fine with me. I'll accept that, and then we will let it happen. We'll let that go ahead and do its thing afterwards. But until that, you know, a-okay. So let me catch up. Rabia, OCEA is up today. I'm sorry, I already did that. We already talked about that. And Rabia, if you could keep an eye on OCEA for me, that would be absolutely wondrous. So that way, because I got a lot going on right now, but I definitely want to keep up on OCEA. We want to do that one from start to finish as well as we did TRKA. So let's keep that in mind, guys. So DG, we might get that nice little pop up into the area so I can get a few tasty little shares in short. And, I'm only going to take 5 into this trade just because, I'm already shorting something in the market. Now, this is a totally different type of trade, totally different type of it's not in the same sector. Excuse me. I got a big tongue sometimes. Thing gets in the way. Let me push it to the side, guys, and keep on chattering with my big chin and my big teeth. Simply put, guys, Dollar General is not in the same sector as NVIDIA. They're two totally different identities, so I don't mind taking another short sale into something that is different like this. Now, if we look at like Walmart and any other, places where you go and buy stuff up, you can tell that things are hurting right now. And Dollar General, being as strong as it was on this trend line, I would like to take this break lower, but it doesn't look like it wants to get me into this trade, guys. It really doesn't. It's looking too weak. It won't give me the pop, and I'm not going to just sell market. I need to get in on the price that I want. This is the price that I want, so if it comes back to get me in there, then that's A-okay. We'll take that trade and we'll run with it. But do keep in mind, guys, this does have earnings on the 16th, which is in 3 days. But bringing that up, something else I need to tell you before we catch up on the chat is we have CPI index tomorrow, guys. CPI, which is Consumers Price Index, meaning how much do we pay, or how much do the people that we go, the grocery stores, how much are they paying to get goods in? So Consumers Price Index, how much are we paying for our let's see, check out RLX. I will do. Let me get through this really quick because I keep getting sidetracked. How do I get my screen to look like that? I use Fidelity. I'm wondering what you use to get those charts. So this is actually called Thinkorswim, Brian. This is Thinkorswim, and this is under, let's see, the broker is TD Ameritrade. So you can go to TD Ameritrade for, I think you can open up an account for like $25 to $100. I think it's pretty cheap, and you can get trading on TD Ameritrade almost immediately. So keep that in mind, guys. If you do like my charting, it's a free platform on Thinkorswim. It's called Thinkorswim, and you can get that with TD Ameritrade. Okay, so go ahead, check that out. I really, really do like these charting, this charting platform. I do have another charting platform that I like to use. That is called TraderView. Now, this TraderView, which, speaking of which, guys, Bitcoin just is accelerating to the upside, just completely skyrocketing to the north now. So Bitcoin just racing ever higher, guys. So that is great news for Bitcoin. Not great news for our dollar. I can imagine if we bring up the dollar right now, the dollar is probably failing, which it is, which is good for our overall inflation. So, keep an eye, because there's a lot of mixed bags here. I need to run through the indices, guys. So Brian, I hope that helps you out, Brian, and you're absolutely welcome, Brian. If you haven't hit that subscribe, please do so now. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I want you to be a part of this crew, brother. IWM getting a nice little pop here. It looks like the Qs are also getting a nice little pop here. They're at their highs for the day right now, trading at 290.60, which is looking really good for the overall market. But remember, guys, we're in its liquidity area. This 191 is going to be very trivial area for it. So can it push higher? Can it get above those? Above that area. Netflix did have another nice little push too, which is great to see, guys, because these are the big pushers in our market. As Microsoft breaks out at 251.31, is Microsoft going to keep on carrying on? That would be great to see it come back down to 250 and retest in a little bit to see if that's what it wants to do. So we're going to see, guys, because this is a very interesting spot, or this might be the pop that I was talking about, popping right up into these areas of liquidity. Speaking of which, Amazon is right into that area of liquidity. Now, it's not a ton here, but it is 90. It is psychological, and this might be the area that we see bigger sell-off. Meta, same thing. We're right into that 181 area. Now, I really like this area. to short, but I really like 185 even better. So if I were to take a short on Meta, I would probably get in small here, risking, you know, its top at 182.22 and then holding on to the rest for half for you know, VWAP, and then the other half for the bottom. But I can't take this trade because I'm already in NVIDIA, and it looks like NVIDIA is wanting to push higher. It might break me out for this last piece for break even, which, as you guys know, I'm A-okay with that because I always want to try and go for that bigger expected move. But because I can't ever get the expected move, part of me is just going to start taking out all my profits all at once. But we need to see through this trade. If this trade doesn't work out here and it does fail, I might actually have to add into this trade, but sometimes that gets me in trouble too. So we are going to see what wants to work out. Will we break out for break even for this last half, or are we going to keep printing money? So Meta's starting to look really weak in this area. We're starting to see some wicks off here on the top with this on the 5 minute. Trading at 181.59 right now, guys. If you don't see something, okay, let me get through. I need to get through this chat, guys. I have to get through this chat. I don't really care what's happening in the market, but let's get through this chat. So Rabia, RLX. So yes, RLX looks like it is creating this top. Now, we talked about RLX this morning. I can't see anything or any trade for RLX at all, and I still can't, honestly, because this is just a huge liquidity push. Now, even if we were looking at this and we got in here, we wouldn't have a good risk. We'd have to use this as risk, and we wouldn't know when to get out here because I'm not seeing any of that overhead liquidity. But it did push. It did reach its highs at 295, almost that psychological $3 area. Now it's pulling back. Now, if it can pull back and hold an area, let's say it holds this 275 area right at VWAP, or it pulls all the way back to this 250 area. But we need to see these areas hold. If these areas hold out, if we can see these areas holding out, guys, then that is a really, really good sign for these types of stocks. But as of right now, I'm not getting enough information in order to have proper risk reward on these trades. So now that I see Netflix constantly making these pushes to the high, and we're not getting solid pushes down, hanging out in this VWAP area tells me I need to get out of NVIDIA. But the thing is, with getting out in these areas and doing that, it's ruining my stop loss. It's saying, well, I don't respect my stop loss and I don't have the discipline to hold through the stop loss. So what I need to do is I need to get rid of this P&L because we know we've already made our money on this trade, right? And I need to hold out until this actually hits my stop loss. Because if I don't, then what am I showing the viewers? You know, I'm showing that I can't be disciplined enough to do this. So, you know, you guys can call me out on these things. I'm totally fine because it's only going to make me better. But I am holding this trade out. I've already made my money. I'm holding out. Oh, Joshi's got to go. Okay, bye for now. Take care. Joshi, thanks for swinging in. Do appreciate your time. So let me catch up on chat. I was in 239, sold at 265, but went flying. Rabia, you made your money on this trade. Don't look at what you didn't make. Look at what you did make, and you made a pretty penny. So, Rabia, thank you for sharing that with us. RLX had a nice little push this morning. I had nowhere to risk, so I wasn't going to be able to take that trade at all, but I'm glad that you can make some money on that. Be careful out there. Brian says, thank you. You're absolutely welcome, Brian. I hope you stick around. Joshi says, LLY, good for buy above 327. So you're taking off, Joshi, but if you're still here, I'm going to look that up anyway, just because I love you and I like saying your name. So, yeah, LLY. So I think this is Lily? Eli Lilly. Yeah, I think this is a women's clothing store. And it's bounced up right up into that 200-day moving average. And you guys know how I feel about those 200-day moving averages. As long as it's above the 200, it looks like a good buy. But if it's below that 200, you know, it's looking to me like a good short. So, you know, I look at EY Lilly, and I think, you know, if it gets back above these highs, I'm going to probably want to be out. That's a $1 risk. You know, what am I willing to risk? Let's risk $10 on this trade. We'll join the ask, and we'll see if we can't get into this on the short side. So, me knowing that this is a bigger company, I'm going to have, you know, I'm going to be able to get in short. I'm going to be able to take this short as long as it accepts it, as long as we get that push up into my area. And if we can short this thing, I'll hold on to this for a longer term. But, you know, if this thing wants to break its highs, I'll take a quick $10 loss on this trade, simply put, because I'm expecting a heck of a lot bigger move out of this. So there I am. We're already in this short. So the first thing I want to do, since I'm shorting this market, the first thing I want to do is make sure I set my stop loss. So I'm in at 328.03. So let's just say 328, and I'm setting my stop loss at 329.26. That is my exit. If it wants to exit me out there, that's fine. I'll take an easy $10, $12 loss on this trade. But to me, it looks like a good trade to take. If the overall market wants to continue to fail, we got a beautiful pop on EY Lilly, and if it wants to continue to head down to the south side, that is going to be a very tasty trade, as well as NVIDIA. We have NVIDIA here. We have it at 229.54. It's trading at 227.56. We've already gotten half of our trades down here at this base, so if it wants to stop us out, that's just fine. So I'm risking small to earn big, guys. I'm risking small to earn big. We've already earned our NVIDIA trade, so now can we earn our EY Lilly trade? So thank you for bringing up EY Lilly, Joshi, because this is a nice little area if you were looking to take a short. Now, I could be very wrong. This thing could really get some eggs, get some legs, and bring home the bacon to somebody else's pockets rather than my own. But as of today, I think I got a pretty good read on the market because I was here for pre-market prep, just like a lot of you were too. So that's why we're going to make sure we stay in the green today. We still make some green, and we can take it back to the family so I can afford groceries. Right? Right, guys? We need to eat, baby. We need to eat. And look who just showed up. SM in the building. Good to see you. Good morning. LLY is a biotech? No. EY Lilly isn't a biotech. Here, we're going to read up on what EY Lilly is. LLY. So, LLY. If we scroll down here, we can read what LLY is. EY Lilly engages in the discovery, development, manufacture, and sale of pharmaceutical products. The firm's product consists of diabetes, oncology, immunology, neuroscience, and other products and therapy. Thank you so much, S-Sim, for bringing that up. So what the heck am I thinking about, guys? What exactly am I thinking about? What's the stock for the clothing company for women? Oh goodness, I literally just got EY Lilly, a pharmaceutical company, mixed up with a women's clothing store. Man, I tell you what. So SM, thank you so much for bringing that up, because, you know, I would have carried on thinking that I was shorting not a pharmaceutical company, but shorting a clothing company. So that's very interesting to know. Thank you so much for bringing that up, because I was convinced I would have put money on that. So SM coming in here with her cape on, letting me know that I am a silly boy and I need to get my story straight. So we did get our story straight. This is a pharmaceutical, but with that being said, I still have the same feeling for this, okay? I don't like anything below the 200-day moving average, and if it's going to pop up to test that 200, I'm going to say, hey, let's test it then. Let me know. And so to me, this is a good risk reward. I'm risking, you know, $10. We're already up 740, so we're almost up 1R already. With a very tight stop loss. This thing could come up, stop me out for that 10 bucks. I'm okay with that. Same thing with NVIDIA. It might come up and break me even on the rest of this trade. I'm okay with that. I'm actually expecting to see that happen because it's held up above that VWAP for so long. So we have LLY, we have NVDA, and I don't know, did we get into the Dollar General trade or not? Let's see. We did. We did end up getting into that Dollar General trade. So we're up about $6.15 on Dollar General. LLY, we're up about $4.80. And we have NVIDIA, which we're up another $34 on it. But we've already extracted 80 from this. So keep that in mind, guys. I want to see this thing fail on this VWAP area. But it's unfortunate it's not happening nearly as fast as my heart would like to see it. So yes, sirree. Andrea Sterling, good to see you. Good morning. So, LULU, yes, I bet that's what it was. LULU, so that's Lulu. Yeah, Lululemon. Thank you so much, S. Sims. Look at you. I love it. I love you being in here. Thank you so much for being in here. Absolutely pumped. And look at, the charts don't look anywhere similar either. So I'm glad I got my story straight. We got Lululemon, which is an athletic department for female wear. And then we have LYLY, which is EY Lilly. No, that's not. Let's see. LLY, which is EY Lilly, which is a pharmaceutical company. So don't get those mixed up. Somebody will probably laugh at you if you do. And hopefully you're in the entertainment business if you did. So thank you, SM. So yes, that's exactly. Thank you, Andrea. That's exactly what I'm talking about, guys. man, contracts were expensive today. I bet they were, because they know, because it's going to be a volatile day, they know for a fact that they can make more money by selling contracts at a higher price. So LLY, we're starting to see a little bit of buying here at the 327 area. We're going to see what LLY wants to do, but I'm up about $1.80. This thing might stop me out for a $10 loss, which I'm okay with those risk reward. So let's see EUDA and take a look at UVXY. So UVXY is a huge buzzword, but we're going to look at EUDA, which is popped up on my gap up scanners this morning. And if you guys know, the first thing I like to do is look at its past. So its past is showing that it is a pop and drop. We have a high level of liquidity right here, and look where it's at. Now we can learn from like XPON or XELA, where we have this liquidity set in this area, and it comes up and it starts to chew through it, and then it sells off, but it holds, and it comes back up and it starts to chew through it. So now look where this sits, guys, right at 250. So now if this thing wants to test 250 and show us that 250 is its area that it wants to hold, this might be a nice little trade. So I'm going to bring EUDA. I'm going to put this on our watch list, guys, because EUDA is looking very nice. So we've seen this trade happen multiple times, guys. You know it. We've seen this happen multiple times. So what am I expecting for this? Well, SPY is trading at 384.68 right now on its VWAP area. So I'm expecting another little bounce from this area, but we want to see these tops for the way I'm trading right now. We want to see these tops not get broken and not go any higher. So right here is going to be an interesting test on the SPY to see if it wants to hold this VWAP area or if it wants to head lower. So back to EUDA, looking very interesting here, guys. I do like this, but I'm not seeing a huge, it's not something I want to take a trade on just yet. Okay, I think we still need to give this thing a little bit more time. This is a newer IPO. It IPO'd November 18th, 2022, so it's very new. It hasn't even been open for a year yet. This thing's been open for about almost 6 months, guys. So this thing is chewing through its liquidity, it's creating liquidity, and it's creating a price action area around this $2.50 area. Now, is this something that I want to go all in and then let it see if it's going to hold this 250? No. But if this breaks out on volume, this might be a good area to risk. So this is something I definitely would want to keep an eye on, and we will be covering for the next week to come, at least the rest of the day, to see where this thing is going to head. So we're going to keep EUDA over there and keep an eye on it. Let's see how the Qs are doing, and then we're going to take UVXY. So I know that UVXY, okay, yeah, it's a ProShares Trust for the VIX. So does this thing run off the VIX? I don't really know. So this thing, I'm not really sure what the UVXY. Alex, why don't you tell me? Because I know the UVXY is it's a specific, it's a very specific thing that it does, that it follows. Can you let me know what type of ETF this is? Does it just follow the volatility? Is that all it's doing, is following the volatility index? Let me know if I'm right. PRVB, let's take a look at that. PRVB, it looks like it had a stock split here. They are having earnings coming out on the 31st of this month. So we got like 15 days before this comes out. But it looks like we have a stock split on this. I could be wrong, but it looks like U.S. stocks most likely trading Dow rises 75 points. Agrees to CGen for 40. Well, Pfizer agrees to buy CGen for $43 million. I don't think that has anything to do with PRVB, but if it does, it looks like it helped it. But this looks this looks interesting, guys. It got a huge amount of well, not liquidity, but it pushed all the way up to this $24 area, and now it's just trading sideways. So we're gonna have to see what happens with this, but it's not a very interesting stock. It usually only moves 5.9%, and that's after the gap up. So EUDA just kind of stringing out here up at the top. So we're getting some wicks off on the top, but I need to go through these indices because it's been probably a whole 30 seconds. So we're getting a bounce off that SPY, off that VWAP, but we're seeing some wicks at the top. Let's see how IWM's holding up under its VWAP, not doing nearly as well as it was last week compared to the rest of the market. Now Q's looking like NVIDIA, just lingering like a smelly fart under those covers above VWAP, guys. So if this thing wants to let the bag, let the covers out, and let that stinky thing fly to the higher side, that might happen. We need to keep an eye on it though, because there is a lot going on in this crazy volatile market. And NFLX had that pop, we have that drop, and now is trading below VWAP. So we got Microsoft still holding out well above its VWAP, above that $250 area. Now it's not pushing up any higher, it's kind of just chopping around in this 250, 252 area, but we definitely need to keep an eye on Microsoft because it looks stronger than most of the rest of the market is. Let's continue on though to get a better understanding. Amazon right up above that VWAP area into that $91. It's trading at 90.45 right now, and we're going to see what comes of Amazon. We know this is a pooper scooper of a stock, and we just want to see anything happen for Amazon. Any kind of hold, any sideways action. It trading above its VWAP area as the boat that it is looking pretty good. So that's great. Meta looks like it keeps wicking. Lots of wicks in this 182. It is above its VWAP area. Lots of wicks though, guys. Looks like there's a lot of selling off area, but if we get a pop of volume, this might give it a big squirt higher, guys. This might, because we have 1, 2, 3 tops here in the past, 30 minutes or so. This thing, if it breaks through, we might have these shorts covering, squirting this thing even higher. So be careful when you're looking at this. I know this 185 is a heck of a lot stronger area, but in the overall market, Amazon, Meta, they're looking strong. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's looking strong above that VWAP area still. Lots of wicks above though, guys. So there's a war going on between the bulls and the bears in these areas on SPY, on Qs, on NVIDIA, on Meta. There's a war zone going on. You might not hear, see, or feel it, but your bank accounts might. So make sure you're using your stop losses. If you know where you're going to get stopped out at, and you can accept being wrong in that time, in that moment, you can show up the next day and study and learn from your losers, because you're a loser unless you're learning, guys, right? So study from those and learn from those trades. Still watching TRKA? I can. Join up. So yeah, let's go ahead and look at, did we look at EUDA? I think we looked at EUDA. It's over here on the right-hand side, B. Stewie. We looked at EUDA earlier. Let's see, PRVB, okay. Short-term volatility, yes, gotta go. See you tomorrow. All right, Mama's out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye, Mama. I hope you have a great day, and I hope you make some money outside the market doing what you do best. So I love you. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for always creating me the coolest shirts ever. It's the best. So, all right, check it out, guys. We're going to run through these, finish running through these indices, because we got to look at Tesla. Me and Rabia, taking a look at Tessie, good old Uncle Tesla right here. So Tesla, looks like it got the pop that we wanted, but it didn't pop up into this 174.75, 175 area. That's where I expected the pop to at least go to, but we got the pop. It looks like it's just trading sideways. It looks a lot like the overall tech stocks, all of them. Your Meta, let's take a look at Apple actually. So yeah, Apple too is above its VWAP area, kind of not breaking out any higher than its highs that we've seen, and now it's just kind of chopping sideways. So we're gonna need some more time to see which direction this wants to head. Will it head and retest VWAP and bounce? Will it break its highs, or will this thing just fail? So we get a lot going on in the markets, and there's a lot that we want to see. We want to see happen. So if we look at just Qs, we're going to have a better idea of how the overall market is going to want to shape up, at least with the overall tech market. And we can always go ahead and look at the SPY if we want to see what the overall market is looking like. And it looks like the overall market's just squatting down on that VWAP area. As you guys know, we are in an area of supply, meaning no matter where this sits, we are going to have a hard time selling off, and we're going to have a hard time going up any higher, because we're in an area of buying power, right? People are sitting here, they're ready to buy, they're ready to add to their shares because they're trying to defend this area of liquidity, which is this 380 area. Now, if we break down from this area and we break through this 380 area, this could be bad news for the bulls and good news for the bears. So that being said, we need to keep a close eye on everything in general, because if we have a better understanding of what is to come in the overall indices, we can make clear concepts, creating confluency across the market, taking our trades with confidence. Lots of C's here. Taking our trades with confidence, guys. And if you can take trades with confidence, then you can hold out for the overall bigger moves. Kind of like you're seeing here with NVIDIA. Is this thing creating, it looks like it's creating what I would call an accumulation here, guys. So an accumulation is where you have these higher highs, but it looks like a triple top, so you can't really call it accumulation, but it still is looking like it's shaping up like an accumulation where it's creating these higher lows, okay, higher lows and lower highs. And when you create higher lows and lower highs, it creates an area, a situation, an area where it has to move either to the north or the south. So you can find those areas and you can take very tight risk rewards like I have done on NVIDIA in the past. Now, the last time we seen the same trade building up, it didn't look nearly as pretty as you see it here. But if I zoom back, I believe on Thursday, let me zoom back here, see if I can find it for you guys. This one was under the VWAP. And then I know previous day, we were just over the VWAP. So this is the accumulation that I played on the video before. So that's why when I see accumulations start to add up, I want to take a peeky gander. So if we look at this, we have a high that was made right here, okay? And then we have a lower high, and we have another lower high, we have another lower high, and we have even another lower high before this thing took off. Now look, we have a higher low right here, a higher low right here, excuse me, and a higher low right here. Now, when you have all of these coming in together, creating a fine little ballpoint pen, we know that this is going to take a direction. So when I got into this, I used this low, this 238 as my stop. I took 100 shares into this, guys, and I got out half here, and I took the other half out here at these highs. Now, I did want to hold on to this thing for the larger expected move, so it could keep on keeping on and really move up higher. But you know how I am with that. Once I start taking profits, I like to take myself some profits. So it looks like we're seeing almost that same build up here, the same accumulation, and I do really like it, but I'm already in a trade. Now, this isn't a picture perfect accumulation. We have a triple top up here with lots of sell off, but I can say for certainty, if it breaks through this triple top now, I don't think I'm going to want to be in this trade because we will have an overall bigger significant move in the market. So I am going to bring my stop down. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave my stop exactly where it's at. And here's the reason why. Because they might want to clear this out. If there's any market makers in this area, they're going to want to clear this out at least before heading lower. So, you know, this thing really could squirt. This thing really could squirt. It's above the VWAP area. It's creating the same type of trade as I've seen before. And yes, I am going to go ahead and bring my stop loss down because I know exactly what can happen. If this thing does have a huge breakout, this thing can really, really clear out and head higher, stopping a lot of your stops out and producing a big uptick in the market. And we're starting to see volume come in now for this area. Boom, there we go. I'm out. We're going to leave this trade with a $63 win here, and it breaks through these tops. We're going to see what happens. Will we see volume come in behind it to see it carry on wayward son, or are we going to see a big sell-off here and then me say, hey, look, that's what I get for changing my trade, you know? And that might be exactly what happens here. But we're seeing it across the market. We're getting a big pop on the SPY. Not much volume for this big pop on the SPY, but we are seeing it pop. Let's go ahead, run through the indices really quick, and then we'll catch up on the chat. It looks like we're good on the chat, so we're going to run through this indices. We are seeing a pop across the board. It looks like the Qs, we're getting a pop. NVIDIA back up right where it would have stopped me off, so I'm really happy that we didn't take that trade, and it looks like it's starting to try and head higher. Brand new high for NVDA right into that 230. It makes me want to take another tasty little trade in this area. And I also need to make sure that I know where I am sitting with the overall market with my other trades. So let's bring up DG. So DG did not get another pop. This thing is selling off, and it's selling off hard. So it's a good thing we have that trade. I'm glad we took a small share size into that. Let's look at LLY. So LLY came right back up towards its tops. It didn't break through its tops, but now it's sitting in an area where I could be concerned, but it made a new lower high. So if it stays above this VWAP area and it wants to stop me out for $10 loss, that's A-okay with me. So let's go ahead and bring NVDA back up over here because I want to make sure that this thing is just going to clear its top liquidity and then sell off. So it looks like we got another 15 shares in at those tops. We're only up about $3.61 on this new trade, but we're going to see if it wants to break out higher and stop us out once again. If that's if that's what's going to happen here, that's a-okay, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to sit back, relax, and see where we can find and make some more money. So if that's happening there, let's take a look at Meta, and look, it's still trading. It still hasn't broke out, but it keeps chopping around this area. So that makes me feel more confident in this short now with NVIDIA, because simply put, guys, when you see something like this squirt and try and break out and break new highs, you want to see it across the board, or you know that the market maker's just doing a great job. Now, I could be wrong. Those are my thoughts, not yours. You can think and do however you want. You can act however you want, as long as it's making you money. If you're not making money on these trades, then what are you even doing trading, guys? You need to make sure you use your stop loss. So, cheers to you. Let's see, OCEA 914. Have to leave to go to work. Have a great day, man. Rabia. I didn't even know that you worked. I thought you were just trading your butt off to make ends meet every single day out here. So Rabia, you have a great day. This one's for you. Cheers to you, Rabia. She's here every single day for pre-market prep. And we do pre-market prep every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want to see some more of it, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, because I am going to be here for you. So one thing I would like to do that I have not done today, if you guys will be so kind to advert your attention to the screen, I have something I want to show you. Look at this, guys. Let me go ahead and mute myself. So what we got going on here, guys, is this is my channel right here. Hit that live button if you don't see the red button here, so that way you're up to date. Or you could take this scrolly thing and bring it all the way to the right. And then if you scroll down here, guys, we have the like button. We already got 13 likes, and I haven't even brought it up in this way to smash that like button. Now, we're up to 302 subscribers, guys. I can't really ask of much more, but because everything is free, the only thing that I go on about, the only spiel that you'll hear me talk about is make sure you're here for pre-market prep. Make sure you hit that like and make sure you hit that subscribe, because, guys, I am here for you, and I always want to be here for you. So if that's all I ask, just do it. Just do it. Come on. Just do it, guys. All right? Thank you very much, and that is my spiel. Now, Amazon's getting a pullback, as is Meta. Found that triple top up there and is pulling back down into its consolidated lows. You could probably play this range here and make a quick scalpy buck, but be careful, because if this thing wants to sell off and give a distribution area, it might do that, and it might do it in a very hard way. Now, we're up another $21 on this NVIDIA trade. What a great top to take, but playing in that liquidity area, it makes me want to take some of these shares out. But am I going to play for the bigger expected move, or I'm going to take this money off now and keep on keeping on? Well, I'm going to go ahead and sell these. Why? Well, because we're back into an area of liquidity. So why not take that extra $15 and keep on keeping on? Because if this thing wants to flush, if it wants to break, well, that's a-okay too. That's what is to be expected. But because I want to fight back, because I want to make that money, I'm going to take the money where it's at, and I might actually get in long down here if it wants to hold this VWAP and create new higher lows. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I want to take that? If we look at the overall market, let's take a peeky gander. It looks like we have bounced off VWAP. Now we're testing those highs. It doesn't know what it wants to do yet there. IWM is testing those highs. It doesn't know what it wants to do. They're wicking off there. And we have the Qs also wicking off, but everything above its VWAP area. So we're going to see, does it want to hold these VWAP areas? Does it want to push higher, or are we actually going to get that sell-off that I've been anticipating at these highs? So now we have NVIDIA trading right down here at its VWAP area. Now, this would be a good buy if you weren't a nervous Nancy to buy it. So I'm going to buy it, but I'm going to put my stop loss right away, well, just below it, to see if we can't make a little bit of money off of this trade. We don't want to see this thing fail or flush too fast or too soon, because if that happens, and you know I'm going to exit as quick as I possibly can. So let's just keep an eye, make sure our DG trade is doing okay. It looks like it's doing all right. It's still shaping up really well on this down trend line. Keep in mind, Dollar General does have earnings that come out on the 16th. So if you are playing that, and it looks like we just filled our LLY. So we're out of LLY, meaning it just stopped us out of LLY. So let's take a look at that. LLY, we stopped out for $12.50. It looks like it wants to take off from here. It looks very interesting. creating a little bit of a cup with a handle here. Now, this might just be clearing its liquidity to head on lower. That has happened to us many, many times. Let's see if NVIDIA wanted to get us in on this trade, and it does not. So because it's taken off, if it comes back down to this area, it's not necessarily an area that I would want to be a part of. I would be looking more to short this area now because of it's at its top. So right now, guys, I am looking for scalps. I'm looking for scalp trades, and I'm going to take them to one way or the other and not hold on to them for very long because we don't know what's going to happen in these areas. So it looks like the SPY is trying to test those second highs at 385.59. I'm going to go ahead and bring this chair down. My knee is starting to hurt a little bit. No big deal. We are going to keep on keeping on, though. So as this desk comes down, I'll get a little sip Shawana. We got to keep an eye on this market, though, because I have a feeling some really tasty trades are about to come up. So let's take a look at DG over here on the left side. We're up about $7.30, but we are working right in its area of volatility. So I almost would rather take a buy area here rather than stay short. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lock in these profits, and we're going to go ahead and buy this market here, and we're going to be out of DG. Just simply put, we're going to add that $7.30 to our profits. So we're up today probably some 60, 67. We're up about $70 so far today. Even with those few small losses that we took, we're up about $70. So that's good so far for the day. But like I said, DG is sitting right on that upward trend line, and it looks like it really wants to battle in that area. And so as NVIDIA battling this area of this VWAP area, you know. So if this thing wants to break down from this area, this could be bad news bears for the overall market. And of course, I get out of this trade, and it looks like it wants to break down. It wants to head lower, but that's okay. We're going to make sure that we learn from these trades. But I am green, so how can I complain if this thing continues to break down or skyrockets up to the top? We don't want to complain. We just want to learn from it. If we can learn from our mistakes, then we will be able to make better trades in the future. So the SPY looks like it is coming down a little bit. It looks like the IWM, it still has not been able to break through those tops. So NVIDIA was the only thing that could actually break through its morning top, its morning push. So that's very, very interesting. It looks like Netflix is doing a little bit of coiling down here above its VWAP area. Very interesting to see Netflix doing something like that because it has been the overall weak group in these bigger sectors. So Microsoft made a new high for the day, but reached up to its pre-market highs and now is selling off pretty hard down to that 251 area. Now look at this. It looks like NVIDIA just broke its VWAP area by a little bit. Is this going to be a quick sell-off here? Is this going to be the big sell-off, the big flush? Or is it going to get bought back up and continue defending this VWAP area? It's not going to be long, guys, and we are going to know the answer to those questions. So let me just bring up Amazon and see how that's doing. Yes, more sell-off for Amazon. A little ways to go before it gets down there to VWAP. Meta is almost down to its VWAP area. NVIDIA looks like it's getting a small soak on the 1 minute. Why am I on the 1 minute, guys? I'm going to get in trouble in the 1 minute. So we're going to the 5 minute. And you guys can see the 5 minute is just a chop range from this 230 down to 227. So it's just bouncing in between that area. So if you're going to get a short, make sure you get a short at the top. If you're going to get long, make sure you get a long down here somewhere and know where your stop is. So if I was going to get in long here, anything below this VWAP, I'd want to be out because it held VWAP this whole time, right? So now it looks like the bears are starting to take a hold here. But remember, if we start seeing this base out and continue to base on this VWAP area, it's looking strong for the overall market. Now, as everything pulls back, NVIDIA still holding out above that VWAP area. It's crazy strong in comparative to the overall market. So a few things that I want to look at too is this MAXN to see how that's holding up with the overall market, which is very, very, very good. So MAXN being a leader as long with FSLR and ARRY in those sectors. IoT back down to its 10-day. It looks like SMCI, if you guys remember, we made about $50 on this trade and then stopped out for the rest of it. That's why we use our stop losses, guys. That's the exact reason right there. We took money right here out of it because we know we were in a liquidity area. We took out half. We made $50 and then we set the other 50 to break even. This thing came down and stopped me out for break even. That's why we have stop losses. And when it fails down here, we're not down $300, $400. No, we are still up 50 from this trade. So that's just something that I've been learning since my inception into the stock market, is how to use risk management and how to use it properly. So if you don't know how to use that, I have a little thing on risk management in the video section. You can take a look at that. Yes, John Seald says smashed. Heck yeah, good for you. Pedro, what's going on, Blaggy? It's good to see ya. Crazy day today, he says. Yes, it's absolutely been crazy. Absolutely love to see the volatility. And we were making money right away. So within 7 minutes, we were up $80 this morning, which is you love to see it. You love joining this chat and seeing, boom, you know, the guy's already up that much. You know, we made $7.30 on a Dollar General short. We made money on Nvidia, and we lost just a little money on LLY, which is E-Lily. And look at that. That's why we have stop losses right there, guys. We took this short at this high at $329. It squirt just above that, and right when we get out, look what happens. This thing spit up a lot higher, now trading at 331.58, looking absolutely golden for EY Lilly. Can this get above its 200-day moving average and continue to press higher? That is going to be the real treat. That's going to be the real question with this LLY. So we took a small $12 loss on this, but we took an $85 win on Nvidia. That is what we like to see here, guys. Small losses, big wins. That is how you perpetuate your money to the north side. So Brian says, I need to take off. Thanks for the help. Keep on keeping on. Yes, sir. Keep on keeping on, Brian. You've been here long enough knowing that I say that. It is definitely one of our sayings here. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. So what are you guys watching? Let me know in the chat, because simply put, I'm going to watch what I want to watch unless you give me instruction otherwise, because I want to be your commentator. Yes, your commentator, your average tater tot right here in front of you with a big old chin. Can you guess how many I can fit within? That is nor here nor there. Let's get back to the stocks. If you don't like what I'm looking at, you need to put it in chat. Gosh darn it. How many times do I got to tell you? So as we look at the SPY, we are still pushing up to the north side, which is crazy to me. How much selling is going to happen? If we can break out above this area and then come back and test, I think that is going to be the best thing for this market to shape up. But with the overall news and everything that's happening, let's not get confused, guys. We know there is trouble and there is turmoil, but with panic comes great buying opportunities. Microsoft now here at its highs, well above the VWAP area. Very interesting to see VWAP holding up on a lot of these bigger stocks. VWAP on Meta, VWAP on Amazon, VWAP on Microsoft, VWAP on Nvidia is holding. Let's check out Tesla. Tesla, same thing, it's holding. But if it breaks these VWAP areas, guys, if it can't hold anymore, now look at Apple. Here's a great understanding of what's going on. We have this marked out for you guys well before we started this day in pre-market and before we even came to pre-market. I marked these levels of liquidity out for you so you knew the areas. Now look, this Apple came right up to this 152 area and sold off. Now, it didn't sell off hard, and it needs to come test this VWAP area, but we know that Apple usually leads the market. So if Apple is going to lead this market, will Apple hold this VWAP area and head higher, this 150 area and head higher? That would be very interesting. If Apple can hold this 150 area and start to head higher, I think we're going to see the overall indices, everything else, head higher with it. So keep that in mind, guys. We are not in any trades currently right now. We got out of Dollar General for a nice win. We got out of Nvidia for a nice win, and we got out of EY Lilly for a small loss. So all eyes on Apple. What will Apple do here? Because if Apple wants to do a little something, I'm going to be ready, guns blazing, ready to trade, ready to make some more money, or maybe give a little back. But either way, we got a cushion today, boys. So we are doing good. Let's see what else we can do. Brian's taking off. See you, Brian. B. Stewie, though, would that be called a flagpole on Lilly? I'm a noob. Yeah. Let's go to LLY. So let's take a look at this, guys, because what he wants to know is this a flagpole? Like, do you consider? So I think what you're thinking about is a high, tight flag on LLY, and this is not. Let's look on the 1 minute. So you can find these across the board, whether it's on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15, the hourly, the 4 hour, the daily. You will find these across the board. And right now, no, this is not what I would consider a flagpole or a bullish pennant. Some people call those. I think on this show I've been referring to those bullish as bullish pennants. But what he is talking about is doesn't look like you know, a bullish pennant. This right here is more of like a bullish pennant on the daily, where you get a big push up here and then it creates like this type of flag formation right here. Now they're all over the place. That's just one really quick one I pulled out. If we find a bullish pennant in the trading today, I will definitely point that out to B Stu, but no, I would say LLY is not showing us any type of pennant or any type of flag on it. But very good question, and if you do think you end up finding another one, let me know, because we want to make sure we can identify those properly, so that way we can call them out in chat properly. So thank you so much for that, B Stewie. And if you guys have anything you want to see, let me know in chat, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, doing my due diligence and letting you guys join for absolute free. I'm never going to charge you a dime. I'm going to show you how I get this information for free, and I'm going to regurgitate it to you. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button, guys. We have 19 of you guys in here, and I know that at least 30% of you aren't subscribed. That's A-okay. If you don't want to subscribe, that's just fine. I'm still going to be here doing it, baby. But if you want to love and support me like the rest of the crew does, hit that subscribe button, baby. So let's keep on carrying on. We are at NVIDIA. NVIDIA trading just above that VWAP area. Since our inception this morning, we broke out and we touched that $230 area. I told you that is my short. We got in short, we got out half here, and then we played this out. We put our last stop above this triple top. It stopped us out and started heading lower. Now, what does the market want to do from here? Well, we have been going through each indices to really figure out, to really fuss, to really fight, to try and understand what this market wants to do. But it's looking like it's creating a double top here on the triple Qs, and it doesn't want to push any higher. It will need to hold this VWAP and trade sideways in order for a volume push to the north side, breaking higher, bringing everything up with it. But I'm expecting a distribution now after we're seeing all this trade, everything happen on here. I am going to zoom in on the 1 minute, remind me to zoom back out. But what is a distribution? Well, it's the same thing as an accumulation, but instead of squirting to the upside, we are going to fail to the downside. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just the big talking head with an even bigger chin. How does he hold this thing up? Nobody knows. But if you see a stick underneath it, then you will get some inclination of how I do it. Next thing you see here is it keeps on coming down and testing this area. This might be its big area of selling off. And, you know, I have had a lot of bad times trying to play these distributions. I'm not good at playing distributions, but I can tell you, looking at this thing right now, it makes me want to just slam short. It makes me want to get in short and short hard. But I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm not going to get in this thing short. If I want to short this thing, I need to get in somewhere in this area up here and play it to the downside. So that way I can hold on to this thing and hold for a while, because if I get in now and play slam short and this thing squirts up, then I'm going to want to exit when I should be actually getting in. So that's what I've learned, but it doesn't look like it's going to give us much of a pop at all. So this thing might actually give me the distribution that I've been watching, that I am seeing happen here. And here we go. It just broke down on that VWAP area. This is going to be very interesting. So we might see a flush here, or this might be the area where people, you know, are their final stands. And look at that. Just as I called it right out in chat. So maybe I am getting better at seeing distributions, because I would be taking half of my profits right now. Now, if I actually do want to get back to this trade, it needs to pop back up into this area, so that way I can join and get short, just like it did. A nice little pop up there. Are we going to see a bigger pop than this? I'm using VWAP as my sell out area. So now it's just broken through VWAP. So if it wants to get any higher than this, if we keep lingering around this area, I'm going to exit this very, very quick. So I've seen a breakthrough, a breakdown. Now it's pushing back up into its area that it broke down in. So I got in a small amount short. I'm just 15 shares. I've already made my money today, and I want to protect that capital. So if we could take 15 shares and try and ride this thing down through the breakdown, that's A-okay, but I'm going to exit as quick as I possibly can if this thing wants to go to the north side, because I don't know the best way to play these breakdowns. I see these breakdowns happen. I called the breakdown in front of you, so I played a little bit of an uptick back up here, and I'm waiting for this thing to fail. So before I forget, I'm going to zoom out to the 5 minutes, okay? Now if you look at this 5 minute here, instead of playing this whole 5 minute candle, which I will not be, I'm playing this VWAP area. If we don't get the breakdown that I have anticipated, then I'm going to exit immediately, guys, immediately. So if you ask where my stop loss is, I would say my soft stop is at VWAP. If we bust out above that, then I'm going to take off. But if we want to keep on heading down, I'll probably take my first half off somewhere in this area and then let the rest ride. So we're going to really see, we're really watching here on the Qs, because if the overall market wants to fail, we know NVIDIA has a lot of room to come down. So that's why I'm playing NVIDIA, even though it has been stronger with the overall market failing. As of late, I don't think anything is going to want to hold up in this market if we start to fail as of today. But I could be completely wrong. This thing could take off to the north side and stop me out and get everybody's money and just head on higher. So here we go. We're seeing a nice wick here on the bottom. That's a beautiful little tail right there. We still have people buying up. We have people doing their thing. So what am I going to do? Just like I said, I'm going to exit this for a small loss. As I do that, you know, this is a soft stop buy, so it makes it a little bit more difficult, but I think I'm just going to hold off for one more second and see what this wants to do. Yeah, we're going to have to get out of this, even though it's trading right up at these tops. That's why I just don't want to do it. It's hard for me to do it. That's why soft stops sometimes suck, guys, because if you don't play it to a T, so now I'm going to use that top as my exit. Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and get out of this thing. We're going to use this top now as the exit, and there it is. So we need to go ahead and get out of this, and we took a $21 loss. A little bit bigger than I anticipated, guys, but look at that. Now, just as I exit, this thing takes off crazy, and that's why I wanted to get out of the thing as quick as I could. I stuttered around. I stopped a little bit on that exit, but that's okay. So that's part of it, guys. That's part of trading, and now we're going to see what this thing wants to do here. So we're up about $63. Let's take a look at UNG. So let's take a look at UNG on this top left-hand side and see what's happening with it while we sit back and relax with the rest of, well, we don't have any other trades, so we're going to sit back, relax, and see what is happening. So UNG, it looks like a natural gas fund. I think it's an ETF, or it's just a fund for it. I'm not 100% sure on that. But if we look at the stock, it's had some overall turmoil on the sell-off. But today we're getting a nice pop, and probably because of the fear. And the fear will bring in a lot more money towards, you know, your staple products that everybody will always need, and that's gas, energy, gold. A lot of times when people start getting fear, they start to head higher. So right now, I wouldn't consider this the best time to buy because we're on a huge push to the north side. You know, if it wants to keep pushing, that's a-okay. We'd have to see it form a base somewhere in order to find a trade. But it's looking good overall on this push, but I wouldn't trust anything that this gives you. Seeing a lot of volatility come in at these bases, but you never know what's going to happen when it's below that 200-day moving average, so be careful out there. Now, NVIDIA, I mean, we talked about what happens when it stays above this VWAP area and trades sideways, guys. We even talked about an accumulation, even though this isn't an accumulation, even though if we zoomed in on the 1 minute, I could probably argue it on both sides. But NVIDIA here is trading at 229.05, not breaking its day's highs yet at 230.16, but looking overall bullish, trading above that VWAP area. So let's go ahead and take a look at, yeah, ZM did have a nice sell-off there. Let's see DG. DG, see, I did get out at a very nice area. We knew that this area is its uptrend area. It's at its lows, and it did push higher, so it's at 219.29. This might just be a nice area to get in short again, guys. Obviously, you know, already being stopped out twice on a few different stocks. You know, I don't want to get too over concerned about, you know, what is going on. I need to stick and play my support and resistance areas. So when it comes to DG, I don't really have much. The only thing I have on DG is this 219 area, right where it's at. You know, that's a nice area to short, but it has so much support down here on this trend line. You know, I wanted to play the breakthrough, so the second I see it stuttering, starting to stop, and the overall market looking like it was stronger, I got out of this trade, and we took a nice little $7 win on it. All right, so let's see. I heard that this is a good long term with DCA. So SM, I don't know where you're getting your information, but I don't believe anything I hear and only half of what I see. And so what do I mean by that is I don't believe in any stories. I don't believe in taking stock picks from anybody. I don't even care if you're a financial advisor. Half of those financial advisors are just people like you and me that go and get, go take a test, which I plan on doing, just to give me a broader spectrum of availability. But I don't believe in anything that I read and only half of what I see. So whether you took a stock pick or what you read or whatever it is, what I want to know is if I look at the chart. If I look at the chart, does it look good? Well, to me, this chart looks like garbage. So it doesn't matter what anybody says to me. I'm not in this chart. I'm not in this stock until I can believe half of what I see. So what do I mean by believing half of what I see? Well, simply put, if I say I believe half of what I see, if I see it shaping up, I'm still not going to be fully committed. I'm not going to be all in on that trade ever. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the other half that I can't see as my risk management. So nothing of what I hear, only half of what I see, and the other half is using risk management. Okay, so I almost want to give my final stand here at this area to see if we can actually take this thing to the south side. So I'm trying to get in short one last time here for NVDA. This might be the last time I get stopped out of here, because if we come in on volume like I'm seeing and we want to push higher, we want to break out of this area, that can be an amazing factor for NVIDIA. So we're going to see what it wants to do here. How does it actually want to trade? And I tell you this, if it breaks out above this, okay, above this area, I am 100% out of this trade, and I probably will not be coming back for any more, okay? So I'm just taking a small share size. I took 15 shares. My final short on NVIDIA, we're gonna try and hold out for the larger expected move, or this thing will come right on back and stop me out. So let's see what the Qs looks like. And as we talk, we're starting to get a nice little bump. I don't think I want to fight this anymore, but we know that there's a ton of overhead liquidity. So are they just going to keep on chopping around, knocking people out? Or are they, is this right here the bull trap? And you know what else I need to look at, guys? This right here. This is going to give me more confluency. Is this right here? So we have this peak and we have a head and shoulders pattern right here. Okay, I like these head and shoulders pattern. I've been trying to trade them a little bit more just because, I found it across the board on the dailies, on the hourlies, and even on the 5-minute. This happens all the time. This is a Wyckoff technical pattern to where it creates a high, it creates a new higher high, and then it creates that same high from previous. If it can't get above this previous high, how is it ever supposed to get above to test its higher highs? So this to me is a great risk reward. I do like this trade. I'm happy that I took it, but if it stops me out, I'll clean my hands of it and we'll just take our earnings on NVIDIA. So SM, I do hope I answered your question, and I hope everything that I'm saying isn't taken negatively. It's just how I trade. It's how I view things. I know a lot of people like to take stock picks. A lot of people like to go online and say, hey, I read 10 people wrote MULN's going to the moon today, and then they show up here and they say, hey, how does MULN look? And so I bring up MULN and I go, well, this thing is the worst stock I've seen in many, many years. This thing just keeps flooding to the south side, making new lower lows. Don't put your money in it until it's above the 200-day moving average and shows proof of concept. But people want to believe in these hype stories. They have their friends, they have their families, they're all getting hype. And I know some really, really smart people that are really dumb when it comes to the stock market. Okay, so believe only don't believe anything you hear that you read online by some random person, and only believe half of what you see. Now you can learn from everybody, from their wins, from their losses, but even if you're going to take those, and then we're out of NVIDIA. That is looking very strong for NVIDIA. It almost makes me want to switch bias and take this to the high side. So let me look at the rest of these tasty trades. Yes, we are getting a breakup higher on the Qs. Look at that beautiful push on the Qs. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta must be doing something pretty. Now it has not broke its highs yet. Meta still has not broke its highs, so that's very interesting to see. Meta's still lingering up there and still trying to sell off, still trying to push through this area. So we're going to have to, let me just run through the SPYs really quick, guys, so I can get a better idea of what's going on. So the SPYs are pushing up higher, are finding a new area of liquidity from Friday's VWAP. It still looks like we have till 390 to go before we start testing those areas. So we're still getting a bigger than expected pop. We did talk about the pop in pre-market, and we did get the pop in pre-market. We also got the sell-off in pre-market, and that's where we exited most of our money. Now we're getting another pop off of that VWAP area to the high side, and it looks like, goodness gracious, maybe I should have used the all-time highs instead of using, that head and shoulders area as my stop. But as you guys know, trading is hard. That's why I got the submarine behind us, because sometimes it feels like you are underwater when you're trading and you are in and you're trying to drown. You're drowning. You're under pressure, but not today, guys. Today is nice. We're above water. We are green, and we are seeing the market for what it is, but it's not playing out exactly how we anticipated it. So that being said, I'm very happy that we have our stop losses in order. I'm very happy that the trades that we have taken have made us money today, and we are hoping and looking, and I say that respectfully, we are hoping to make more on this trading day today. So stick with us, guys, because we still have a whole hour of the stock market commentary, analysis, and live trading. Guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So why don't you take a peeky gander at this screen here. We just got to go ahead and smash this like button. We are almost up to 20 likes, guys. If we can get up to 20, that's our goal for the day. And of course, we want to see you subscribe. If you want to be here for those pre-market preps, so I can show you those levels, so we can have a better understanding and an inclination of what might be to come, then you need to smash that like button, guys, because we are here every single day, Monday through Friday, doing that exact thing. So thank you for joining. Thank you to all the OGs that are in this room today that keep showing up every single morning for pre-market prep, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have this amazing job. So thank you so much. Do appreciate all the OGs in here. Guys, I also posted our Discord. I have a Twitter, I have Facebook. I've got it all. So if you want to follow me on those two, it would be recommended and a personal favor of mine. So it looks like NVIDIA could not break those highs, and it looks like we're getting a big sell-off in the SPY. Let's take a look at the 15 minutes to see that wick on the 15. We are seeing a pretty big wick on the 15. Goodness gracious, has this thing chopped me out enough? Is this where it is going to head ever lower? Is this where the market falls out of the bottom, or are we going to take a nice little sideways action here and start heading to the north side? Only time is going to tell, guys, but you can see it right here, right now, right in front of your face. I'm doing it for you, baby. Let's go. IWM now above that VWAP area, trading at 175.05, as the Qs are also trying to push into that 191.61 it's trading at right now, which to me, again, is its VWAP area. When I see things like this, it's so hard for me to want to get long. If it were to break down here and still hold that VWAP and still trade sideways, making new higher lows, then I might want to see a long. But right now, it's in its liquidity area. It's in an area where it wants to sell off, that there are a supply, there are bag holders, there are people there willing to sell this stock off. So will that happen, or will we prevail by trading sideways, creating new higher lows, and then heading higher? We know you want to see it. I'm the bull. I'm the bear with bull horns, right? We want to see the market go higher if we get a 401k, Roth IRA, or any type of retirement. But if the bears want to swipe down, I want to be on their team, and I want to extrapolate as much money from this market as I can as a bear. But when I look at NVIDIA, when I look at the Qs, when I look at the overall market, trading above this VWAP area and sideways above it for long shows me that we might have a trade to the north side. But I don't want to be fooled, because this could simply put, a beautiful spot to get in short and hold for the longer term on the downside. So only time is going to tell for that, guys, but I'm going to try and do my best to get an inclination by running through the market. And now we are starting to see that pullback across the board. Microsoft, what a beautiful push up to 254.62. Now starting to see a small pullback on that 15-minute wick. And same thing for Amazon, just a beautiful push and now a pullback. Meta doing the same thing, but the beautiful push that we had was this morning, and now it's just trading above VWAP, trying to hold, trying to stay that area, which is so interesting, because I think if Meta actually does start to break out here and get above this, this might be absolutely beautiful to the north side because we can see where the shorts are starting to short in. All these areas, if it breaks out above that, might be amazing for Meta to break out even higher. It makes me want to actually set like a buy-in area right here because I feel like if we break this area and then we break this area, then we break this, and it's just propulsing or is just going to ramp this trade up and push it to that north side. So part of me wants to take that trade, but at the same time, you know, sitting back, relaxing is also a trade in itself. Choosing not to do anything in the trades might be trades in itself. So can we see volume come in here? Can we see this thing pop up and rise to the north side like I do with my nest from time to time? Or are we going to see this thing sell off like we have been for the past hour or so? So let's go ahead and take a look here. Maybe I do put in a nice little purchasing order here. See if we can't get a quick squirt to the north side on this if volume comes in. But if not, we might want to see this thing just do its thing and sell off from here. So if it can't get above this area, if we are done seeing people buying in and trying to get in here, you know, we might see some overall selling off in the market. So what's the Qs looking like here, guys? Let's take a look at the Qs on the 5 minute. Yeah, it's at its peak. It's in its sell-off area. You know, it's so hard for me to want to sit here and stare at this thing and not get short again. Do I try again? Well, you know, we definitely could try again. But you know, I'm getting a little excited. I'm getting a little emotional when it comes to this because I've been stopped out. You know, we were up about 80 bucks this morning. We're only up about 57 on NVIDIA. So, you know, I don't want to give back too much of my games. I want to always make sure I'm protecting that capital and using my stop losses. So we are going to let the market play out. We're going to let it see what it wants to do. And if we get, you know, any kind of pop here, you know, there might be continuation. And look at, just as I talked about, guys, that, I mean, it happened right here in front of us. You know, it broke this area and it squared out. Now, can it do it again? You know, can it do it again? Let's zoom in on the 5 minute. Look at this, guys. This is like a high, tight flag almost right here. You know, you're seeing this beautiful pennant right here. You know, this could be considered that. If we look at on the 1 minute, it'll probably look even better. So this you could consider a pennant. I wouldn't, you know, I'd want more time for this play out and for it to look a lot bigger and wider. But you could consider this a flagpole pennant. A lot of people consider these bullish. You know, we bounced off this NVIDIA, bounced off this, or this is the Qs. We bounced off this VWAP area for so long. It goes up here. It starts making a high, tight flag on the 1 minute. If it breaks out from here, you know, and it holds this area, which looks like it did, this thing could carry on even higher. So keep that in mind, guys. We are seeing some overall bullish action in the market, but at the same time, we are in an area of liquidity. So it's going to have some trouble fighting through, but I think once it breaks through, this thing might take off higher. Jim Dickey, what's up? Good morning, Jim. It's good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Absolutely love seeing you in here every morning saying good morning. I hope you have an awesome day at work today. Stay safe, stay strong, brother, and we will hopefully go long in the market. Look at this breakout, guys. This looks absolutely scrumptious. Can I take a trade on this? Maybe I should have taken my advice and played this trade, but either way, guys, sitting back, relaxing, and keeping an eye on the market is a trade too. You can't take every trade. If you could take every trade, you'd either be up a lot or be down even more. So we're going to keep an eye on the overall market. I am liking where things are going right now. I'm not seeing a ton of volume come into this buy side though. I mean, if we look at this area, since we came out this morning, the highest push in volume was up into this 100 or this 230 area, and then it sold off, you know, and then now look, we break out above this, and now we're not getting much of anything up here, you know. So you know, if we're seeing these new hires be made, we want to see them being made on volume. Because if they're not being made on volume, then where is the volume? Where are the traders? If nobody's here to push it to the higher side and we keep heading higher, then what's going to happen when the sell side comes in and all the volume goes to the sell side? So are we going to see volume come in on this at this break? And yes, we do. So hopefully we can see this market head on higher now, guys. So nice little push. We want to see this come back and test this area before it heads on even higher. So small little loss on NVIDIA, trying to take those high breakdowns. But look, just like as we called it, guys, it is breaking off. It's taking off to the north side. How high can this thing go? At 230.91, NVIDIA sits there. Yo, my bad. Went to eat some breakfast. I got me in a good chunk from FRC short. Woot woot. Heck yeah, dude. So FRC, let's see what the FRC is going on. Nice FRC short. I hope you paid yourself into that FRC short. So that's the First Republican Bank. People are scared. People are losing. People are exiting their money out as quick as they possibly can, even if the even if he's okay, right into that VWAP area for NVIDIA. I'm not gonna sit here and fight this short all day. There comes a point in time where you might want to switch. But when you get this 1 minute and you get this big push up and now it's coming back down to test this 230, now what's going to happen here? I would like to see this thing bounce on this 230 to show that it is now support and it is showing strength. So if it doesn't want to do that and it wants to failure, that's overall really bad news for the market. So is the market going to hold this area now? I need to get off on this 1 minute, but will this area hold? We've seen it push up, break through. We've seen it sell off, but now it's holding this price. So do I want to flip flop? Do I want to siggity switch? But we're not so sure what's going on. So let me go ahead and zoom out on the overall market, because zooming in too far will get me in trouble. Now we can look, and if we look on, let me zoom out even to the hourly here. Let's look at the hourly. The hourly is showing me that we're still in an area of volatility. So even if we're in this area, guys, it's still going to be very hard for it to break out of this area. Even on the daily, we can see we're right up into its majority area of where it sold off. Same thing with NVIDIA. We're right up into the area of its highs from back here. So I don't trust this. I don't trust much of any of this. And part of me wants to keep on fighting it, because I think these shorts are what we want to be in, guys. Now, I could be completely wrong. I've been wrong on a few trades. Good thing we're still up money. That's what risk management is all about, guys. If you use proper risk management, you can make some good money in the market. Now, I have used proper risk management. We have lost 4 different times on NVIDIA and have been right 1 time. So how in the world am I still up $47 on NVIDIA? Risk management, that's why. So DPST, we'll take a look at that for Andrea, we'll just call you Sterling. DPST, let's take a peek again. Yeah, looks like probably another bank, right? Because this thing is selling off extremely hard. Very, very scary for that overall market when it comes to any banking. Like if we look at any banking, guys, SoFi's down. If we look at Square, probably is down. Yep, Square is down. Anything that has to do with any kind of money marketing, money in general is probably going to be down, because people are afraid of banks right now. People are very afraid of what's going to happen in the banks right now. So be careful with your money out there, guys. If you do have a lot of money locked up in a bank, you're gonna freak out if you go to the bank today and you can't get your money out. Now, I'm not trying to spread fear or FUD, because Biden said that he's backing up these banks. He's going to make sure everybody in America can get their money out of the markets. I mean, you heard it this morning. With me, we were repeating what the president was saying. He was just trying to say, hey, everything's going to be fine, guys. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's a-okay. The market's just fine. And you want to believe him. You do. You want to believe him. But you like I said, I only believe half of what I hear, and or nothing what I hear, and only half of what I see. So that being said, guys, be really careful out there. You don't want to be. You don't want to just believe everything you hear. It doesn't matter who it comes from. You always want to be very, very skeptical in this market. You always want to question everything that's around. And guys, this looks absolutely beautiful. I decided to let me just zoom out here on the market. Let's just zoom out on the SPY. Let's use this 4 hour here. Okay, let's use this 4 hour and see what's going on. So look at this. We get this overall huge sell-off into this supply area that we talked about this morning. Then and we're looking at this on the 4 hour, guys, so keep that in mind. 4 hour on this side, and then we get bought right back up, and we're right back up into this liquidity area. Okay, so that being said, I need to stop going in and out of this thing really quick. So I'm going to sit back and relax, because I do not have a good eye on the market. I'm going to need to see these levels play out. So now the SPY is at its area of liquidity, right at these tops. It did break through this area. So if it can hold this area, if it can hold the support, that's going to be amazing for the overall market. Now, it's still below a 200-day moving average, so I'm still risk off for my long-term swings, right? But when it comes to actually keeping an eye on the overall market at 388.75, if this thing wants to pull back now and then show us that there is some support at 387.50, that is going to look really, really good for the overall market. So let's go ahead and bring up I'm going to run through. So IWM looks like we are getting a nice uptick off of those lows. That looks nice for the overall market. The Qs, same thing. It looks like it's pushing up well above VWAP now, and it's hanging around at those tops. Netflix back up into yesterday's VWAP area. Microsoft still pushing up 255.73. Now it's running right into its, well, actually 256, 257 area is really where the most of Meta's liquidity is going. I'm sorry, Microsoft's liquidity is going to sit at. Amazon still trying to push up higher, but now a little bit higher, and it's going to be into those areas of liquidity as well. NVIDIA looking absolutely amazing now, 231.44, still trying to push higher. Cannot get a read on this chop fest this morning, but we did take a beautiful trade to this short, got half out, and then took the rest off when it broke these this thing trading sideways, okay? So let's keep on keeping on as NVIDIA creating these newer highs. This looks great, but remember, these newer highs aren't on a lot of volume. I'm not seeing a ton of volume here. We are seeing some volume, and we are seeing more volume to the north side when it comes to these bigger pushes. So that's great for NVIDIA, and I hope it can keep on keeping on. It might be able to hold this market up a little better. Now let's take a look at Meta, which is crazy because Meta, I need to go on the 5-minute to really see. Okay, so Meta did finally break out that area. It did break out that area. It didn't push up really high like I expected. If this thing were to break this area out, I figured it would just squeeze everybody out and come all the way up to that 185 area, but we're not seeing that right now on Meta. We're not seeing a big trade happening here for Meta. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we're going to keep going through the rest of the indices. Now, we already talked about NVIDIA. It got that squirt after that, what could be argued as an accumulation. And now we have Tesla. Look at Tesla. Goodness gracious. This is absolutely amazing push on Tesla. Keep in mind, any higher in this 172, 173 area, that is going to be its highest area of liquidity. We might see some shorting activity happening in that area, but with the overall market looking good, that might have a little stutter, it might have a little shake, but we're going to have to see what it wants to do in the overall market. Remember, if you're shorting the banks, it could most definitely bring in some money, but they can get halted in a second and your money will be stuck. Be aware of what you're getting into. Absolutely, guys. If you're looking at banks and you're looking at taking anything in the banks, you really need to have a better understanding of what's going on in the market right now. We are bank closing, so things are very volatile. We had to have an emergency meeting for the president to come out and talk about the state of the economy, to say that, hey, don't worry about your money in these banks. Everything's fine. And we see this happen all the time, guys. We see people come out and they say, hey, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then what happens? The market crashes. So be careful on what you're listening to. I don't believe in anything I hear, only half of what I see. What I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing a beautiful push in the market. But why am I only believing half of it? Well, because look behind us, guys. There is plenty of liquidity above for it to sell off into. So if the market wants to sell off, it's going to push because of that huge fail that we just had. It's going to push and it's going to show us, hey, this thing either wants to continue higher and it wants to show more and more support as it pushes higher, or this thing wants to have an epic fail and head to the south side. So we're going to see that across the board if it happens, because the markets usually follow each other. So we have NVIDIA trading at 231.18 up here at these highs. It looks absolutely great, but we know that it is running into an area of liquidity as long as it's running with the rest of the market. Now, I'm too far zoomed in on the 1 minute, but I did take a short trade there on the pre-market VWAP area. We're going to go ahead and hold on to this just for a minute to see what happens while looking over the overall indices. So Tesla back up at those highs. It's reaching the base at 172.56 before finding a little bit of a sell-off area. We're going to see what it wants to do in that area. Let's take a look at the SPY. And the SPY is starting to wick off on the 5 minute at the tops there. This might be the selling off action. It might actually be to that push area that we were talking about in pre-market. And it looks like it moved up to that 292.60 area, wicking off on the top. this could be the area finally to get in short and head to the downside. So that's why we take small. That's why we use risk management. So that way we can find our tops and we can play them accordingly. And look in the video right here too. And now I know we're talking about, the overall, the overall market. If I'm going to short anything, I might as well just concentrate into one area. But I really like NVIDIA coming back up here, testing right in that area that I have drawn for you. So I do like this as a short, but like I said, I don't want to be getting into things too prematurely that I shouldn't be. So we're going to go ahead and just keep an eye on this, and we're just going to wait this one out. We're not going to actually take the trade. But Microsoft looks like it is starting to fail here at these tops. I shouldn't say fail because it is very extended from its VWAP. It's very extended. Not very extended, but it is above its 200-day moving average. So that is always a beautiful thing to see when you're looking at these big cap stocks. Amazon starting to get a small pullback here. I'm not sure how much I trust this pullback now, so I'm just going to go ahead and lock in these profits at 1680. We just add another 1680 to our profits, guys. So things are looking good there. Now let's go ahead and look at Meta. So Meta looks like it did finally get that push. It did push above that high area, but it is finding some more selling action. So I was hoping that this thing would push more into the 185, so that way I could take a tasty little short there. And it still might actually get up there for Meta. What would be nice to see is Meta pushing up higher while the overall market starting to sell off. So hopefully we can see that, because if Meta wants to pop while the overall market sells off, then that would be a nice little trade, because I would expect it to eventually follow that market. So the Q is just kind of lingering around here, way up here at the high still. So is this a bull trap? This could very well be a bull trap, but let me catch up on short. So DPST, I think we already looked at DPST. We'll bring it up again just to check. DPST, so DPST, yeah, we got that push. That's the bank, and that's why we brought that up. Posted my idea of how I would play SPY for the day on the Discord. Okay. We'll take a look at Discord, guys. If you want to join our Discord, you're more than welcome to. It's absolutely free. Everything that I bring you is going to be absolutely free, and forever and always will be. The only way I want to make money is off of my YouTube show. So if people want to go ahead and sponsor me one way or another, that's how we're going to earn money. But other than that, everything's free. So on Discord, if you guys scroll up to the top of the comments, you'll see I had made a little post on how to join that Discord. I will go ahead and let you guys join that. You're more than welcome to. Like I said, everything's free. Sorry, I'm starting to stutter step, but yeah, let's see what we got in the general chat. So he says SPY's hitting the high of day. SPY's moved 2.8% in the day. Average doesn't much more than usually. Sure, surprise. If long, I would expect a trim on the 390, and for a short 384 or lower. So yeah, trim on 390 for a push. Or you're saying trim to like exit the short. Yeah, it's a lot to read, Alex, but if you guys want to read it, please just come on, join our Discord, check it out. We always post, our ideas, and even after the show. So I'm done here in about 30 minutes, but I still am trading usually after the show sometimes. So just keep that in mind, guys. If it's something that you are interested in, if something that you want to take, it's completely free. So just join up, say hello, and we'll keep on carrying on. So let me just go ahead and join the bid on this, and we're going to see if we start breaking down from this area. So if we don't want to break down from this area, I'll take a small loss on this trade. That is A-okay. But we are 100 shares short in the market, and it looks like we want to keep on pressing higher. That's A-okay. We're going to go ahead and exit this trade if we want to keep on pushing higher, and we will be closer towards break even today. We'll be up about 30 bucks after this stop out, but I want to hold on to this top. Maybe I exit this and I just set it right here, so that way if I do need to get out, it'll get me out immediately. So here we are, we got the stop set, and if it wants to get me out, that's A-okay. I like this trade, I like this short. I'm risking its tops because I do like the area that it's in for everything to sell off in these areas. But don't follow my trades, guys. Make sure you're doing your own due diligence. Make sure you respect your stop losses, because stop losses are what save me. That's how I make my money, honestly, are using stop losses, because stop losses save me money in the long run. How? Well, I took a small short, or I took a trade on this. It stopped me out. Now this thing could just fail. This thing could really, really take off. It could really do me some damage. So that being said, You know, we need to make sure we watch our P's and Q's because we are closer to break even now for the day. I think we're up maybe 10 bucks, okay? 10 bucks for the day, which is great, guys, because what am I trying to do? I'm trying to fight this dang Nvidia. I'm trying to make some money on this strength here. I'm looking for an area to short because I don't believe in this market now under the 200-day moving average. So if I can find that spot to short, if I can get in at the right time, guys, that can be a tasty little trade. So I will have a 30% win rate sometimes and still be up quite a bit of money. And that's just how I trade. Some people go for higher percentages on their wins. I just want to see that I am green at the end of the day. If I'm green and I'm making money hand over fist each month, then that's A-okay with me. What I'm doing is right, and I need to keep on doing it. But if I'm losing money and I don't know why, I need to go back, check my trades, and I need to take my levels accordingly. So I am fighting this market. I am expecting to see a downside. Just as we talked about in pre-market prep, we got a pop and we got a drop. Well, when we popped back up here, we broke for break even, and then this thing came up and tested, and we got short again. We got short again. We tested, and then we tested one last time. So I gave back a little bit of money on Nvidia, but it was for a good reason. What was the good reason? To try and make more money, guys, okay? Now, the SPY is breaking new highs at 289.69. We have a green day today, boys. Well, so far, we are green today. Will the market hold up? That is a great decision. I would love to see this thing hold up, trade sideways, create new higher lows, and show that we have proper price action in this market, that we can hold this 380 area, and that we can head higher, and then America is going to be A-okay. But remember, guys, all of this can be given right back in a matter of minutes. So watch your P's and Q's. Make sure you have your stop losses set, because we do not want to see anybody holding the bag in this crew. If you're holding the bag, then you're using your stop losses. That just simply means you're holding something that you shouldn't be anymore, that it blew through where you knew you should have been out, and you're still holding it. So we don't want to see any bag holders, guys. And cheers, if you are a bag holder, I hope you learn from your mistakes and you're never a bag holder again. So here's a sip Shawana for the bag holders. Yep, SPY did break out. We're at 389.79, guys. Things are looking tasty for the overall market. Goodness gracious. And a new breakout for Nvidia, trading at 231.07. Its highs for the day is 231.54. So trading at those highs for Nvidia, trading at those highs for SPY. Let's look at IWM's at its highs at 176.23. We have the Qs trading at 293.50, trading at their highs as well. Netflix, well, it's a good thing I didn't take that trade, because we would have probably, well, we'd still be in it actually, because I would have risked very small. Microsoft still pushing to the high side. It looks like we have, what an amazing push. So where can this thing go? Well, Meta 185, Nvidia looks like its next stop on the train is going to be this 233 area, possibly. Let's take a look at Tesla. So Tesla, what a beautiful bounce off those bottoms. Right back into this area, this 174, 175 area is going to be an interesting area to keep our eye on. And let's take a look at, what else do we have here, guys? We have Apple, which is pushing higher, ever so high, well above that 200. Now look at this beautiful thing in Apple. I said, guys, if it can break out this 152, if it can get through it, come back and test 152, that'll look overall bullish for Apple. And look what it did. It broke through, it came back, it's tested it, and now it's trying to head higher, trading at 152.55, guys. Things are looking overall green so far in the market. But again, guys, I don't trust it. I do not trust it at all. I know a lot of the times when there's a lot of fear in the market and people load up on those shorts, they get squeezed out. They hold on as long as they can until it hits a key area, they get out, and that's when the shorts are supposed to get piled. So it's reverse psychology, guys. If you think it's a short because the market's failing and people are panicking, sometimes if it's at a base, it's a good time to buy, because you'll get some squeezy McSqueezersons across the board. And if things are squeezing like a juice box, you know it makes me thirsty. I'm a thirsty boy when it comes to money. So when these things start to squeeze, I want to find a good spot to short. So I've tried that short once. We did work it out. First thing this morning, we got that pop and that drop. Now we got another pop. So I said, where's that drop? I've been looking and I cannot find it. Now, as I speak, we are starting to get a small drop, but it's not coming down hard. It's not coming down fast. It looks like it's holding that 230.73 area for NVIDIA. If it can hold, that is an amazing thing for the overall market. So let's take a look at some of the other trades or the other stocks. Let's take a look at some of the small caps. Look at AM. So AM right up all the way back up here into its area of liquidity. It looks like it's trying to break out higher. This thing is trading at 10.98 AM. We've been talking about AM for a long time on this show. We even talked about back here this being a proper risk because it is a base. And if you use that 150 and you're still on that trade, you're up to $10.98 on AM. So what a beautiful trade on AM. As you can see on the 5-minute how this is looking, you can see this $9 would have been a great use for a risk because it came down and it's held this area quite a few times. So if you got in on that, congratulations. Let's look at BKKT. BKKT trading at 138. It looked like we had a huge liquidity push right into this basing area at 150 and started to sell off pretty hard. BTBT. So I'm not sure. I think BTBT is a miner, or it has something to do with Bitcoin, and with the overall Bitcoin, it's going to do well because Bitcoin, as we know, let's take a peeky gander. Bitcoin is trading at, that's not Bitcoin, BTC. Bitcoin is trading at 470 right now, 470. So we had a beautiful push this morning. You guys seen it right when I opened up this chart. We had this huge push here, huge push from the 428 all the way up to that 470 area. You've seen it here first, guys. We try to bring it all to you the best that we possibly can. Let's take a look at EUDA. So EUDA did reach that top area, is selling off, and it might come back down to that 250 area. So if it comes back down to that 250 and we can trade around this area, I think that'd be a great time to look at this. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, and this thing will give us a good proper risk reward in this area, and it might head on higher. So I do like EUDA, but you know what I need to look at is UNCY. Good old UNCY, yeah. UNCY, we did a little stock analysis on this yesterday. I did a short on this just to show you guys so I can do, I want to do more shorts because it brings in a lot of views, a lot of attentions, and if we can get more subscriptions, we can make this live show even bigger. So I did a little short on UNCY, and what I said is exactly what is happening. We have a lot of resistance in that 2.8 to 2.9 area, and so this morning we seen it open up, it touched 2.8, and it's been failing ever since. So I even said in the pre-market that if it wants to break through on volume and hold this area and show us a sideways chop, that would be a better thing for it to do. Now, if this thing wants to just come back down and show me that 2 is its support and it wants to bounce here, then we might see a tasty little trade where we have something to risk off of to try and make this thing head to the north side. But we can't will that power when there's so much overhead resistance. So we need to eat through that resistance, and it looks like it is trying. 1, 2 times it's tried to eat through, and now it's failing. So if this can trade sideways above this $2, I think that would be a nice little thing to see in the overall market. So now let's go back and look through the Qs to see what is happening. I need to catch up on chat. Let's see, broke high of day first buy. Oh, Granny Randy's leaving in a few minutes. Good luck to all of you. Granny, I hope that I caught you. Granny Randy, thank you. You are my guardian angel. I love you. I know you're watching out for me, and here and afterlife, you will be there for me, and I love you. I love you so much. Thank you so much. So God bless you, and I hope you have an amazing day. Take care, Granny Randy. Alex says that's nothing but love for old Granny Randy in the chat, ladies, and I love it. And gentlemen, Alex says, even if I'm pretty much break even for the day, I'm liking this price action somewhat now, faking out every 3 seconds. I tell you what, that's what's great about being a trader. Even if you take a hit, or even if you're break even, or even if you're down, you have to have respect for the market. You have to have the simple fact, you have to understand that this price action is great. This price action, what it's given us, it's actually given us levels, it's actually given us volatility, and it's actually creating areas that we can trade from. Now, of course, I would have, I wish I was up a lot more rather than, I think I'm up $10 or $20 right now. I wish I was up a heck of a lot more, But sometimes that happens, guys. Sometimes, that's part of being a trader. You give some of it back, but you can appreciate the price action, because if I can take a trade in this, anybody can take a trade in this. You just got to know your levels. You got to know your areas of liquidity. You need to mark out those prices, and that's why we're here in pre-market to do this for you. So we do know, so we do understand of what's really going on here. So now we are finally getting that pullback into NVIDIA, and I told you guys, if we break out through this area and we pull back to test this, I want to see this thing test this area to prove to me, Alex, dude, Alex just posted in Discord my big old face, and it got the giggles out of me. So chill out, Alex. You're gonna mess me up on stream. So we got this pullback for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, this is its true test. Is this going to hold this area? Because this is its push through, its breakout area. So if NVIDIA wants to show us that it is strong in these areas, that it is going to try and push higher. So is it going to test? Is it going to hold this area? Are we going to see volume come in and make this thing shape up and want to head to the north side? Well, looking at that, it makes me want to look at the rest of the market. So the rest of the market's going to do the exact same thing. It wants to pull back. It wants to bounce off this area and head on higher. If it can do that, I think we might have a nice little trade to the long side because we are using this as resistance and we can use this as our stop loss. But if it doesn't want to do that, then that's fine. This thing can fail. It can head down to the south side. But that's not what I want to see when I'm the bear with bull horns. I want to make my money to the south side, but I always want to see the market continue higher to the north. So if you have the same idea, if you have the same ideology, I want you to hit that subscribe button. I want you to hit that like. And if you don't, tell me why in the comments. So what can I do to make everything better? Every single day, that's what we want to do, because you're a loser unless you're learning, guys, and I want to learn from my mistakes. I want to make this show the best that it possibly can. This is the guy who will buy some Roblox gift card at Walmart and buy some longs. Works 99. Alex, you're killing me, dude. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Alex, one of the things that Alex brought up to me that I thought was hilarious, he says, dang, dude, you play Roblox more than your kids do. And he's so right. For a long time there, I was bringing up RBLX, and I was just trying to short the ever-living crap out of this thing. And look where it sits right now, guys. Look where it's sitting, actually. So, I wish he didn't bring it up, because now I want to short the ever-living crap out of Roblox. We do know that Roblox has money in a bank. My uncle Harold actually let me know. It has money in a bank that... that looks like it's about to go under, and that might not get saved, you know. Now, President Biden said they're going to save them, and yada, yada, yada. That's okay. But you guys got to understand, if you got a lot of money tied up in the bank and you can't get your money out of the bank, that looks really bad for your overall stock. So this Roblox is crazy, though. It has been trading sideways for a long time, holding up this area, which to me, I did not expect it to. I wanted to see this thing fail like crazy. And I had some shorts on it. I made a little money on it. I lost a little money on it, but that's a-okay. It's part of trading. So I learned from those trades. And we know, don't mess with Roblox, man. Those kiddos are coming in with daddy's wallets, with daddy's credit cards. They're swiggity swiping, building up that price action and taking it to the north side. So I need to be careful with Roblox, although I do think that the market wants to tiptoe and fall to the south side, but hey, I'm taking my trades, and I don't want to be wrong again. My ego's starting to get in the way. I don't want to take too many more trades because I'm up for the day. I want to stay up for the day, and we still have a long day ahead of us, guys. I'm only here for 20 more minutes, but then after that, I'm going to be on my fatherly duties. I'm going to make sure everybody's happy in this house, not just the wife, not just me, but the baby. The baby, I can hear him whining and crying right now, so he's waiting for me. He's got about 15, 20 more minutes, and then I get to go hang out with that little munchkin, so we're going to see what he has in store for me. Hopefully it's not a duty diaper, but if it is, hey, maybe it's kind of like my trading today. Only kidding, we're up. Well, it is kind of like my trading. It's green, right? Oh, man. We're just trying to live it up here a little bit. So we are getting that bounce off the video, just like I talked about that test. We want to see it test. What's it going to do on that test? Well, it did test, but we're not seeing a whole lot of volume on that bounce off of that test. So I am going to zoom on the 1 minute. Don't yell at me. Don't smack me, Alex, but I got to zoom in on the 1 minute just for a quick second. Now look how beautiful that bounce is. It came down, it tested this area, it wicked off, and it started heading higher. Now, are we going to create new lower highs on this and then start heading even lower? That's my guess. But I don't really know. My crystal ball is not here. It's not broken, and I can't take any hexes on anything. So AM, let's take a look at that. Yeah, AM came up into that liquidity area. I have this marked out for you. This is a higher liquidity area, and it looks like it wants to sell off. But we're going to need more time for AM because it's above this 850, this $9 area. If it's above this, I can't get in. To me, I'd have to wait for it to come back down and test, or better yet, come back down and test this new this new area of around $10 and let me see it bounce around there, so I can use that now as my risk to head on higher, break through this little bout of liquidity that it's trying to eat through now, and then carry on wayward son for an even better trade. So we're going to see what wants to happen in this area. So NVIDIA making new lower highs and new lower lows here. Is it going to continue to make new lower lows and new lower highs? If it does that and it breaks this area of 230, that's not going to be good. But we are getting that bounce as we talked about on the 1 minute, and it is pushing higher. Are we going to see volume come in for NVIDIA to see it push even higher? So let me go through the cues. Joshi's back. Joshi! You make me want to say it like Yoshi. You guys, I don't know if you guys played, I mean, I'm older, but I'm sure you guys should know. And there it is, NVIDIA off that base, off that bounce. Great area to risk off of. Now pushing up higher, trying to break its highs. Wow, look at this beautiful trade, guys. The market's looking overall pretty strong here. Is it going to hold? Is it going to make new higher highs, or is it going to sell off here? I think I'll go ahead and join the ask with a small share size. It probably won't get me in here, but that's okay. We're going to just try and play this back and forth, this sideways action, just getting in small, getting out small, you know, trying to take some liquidity, but it didn't get me in. I wasn't fast enough for that area. Will this hold, or is this new lower high going to make new lower lows? If it doesn't, and it wants to come back and make a new higher low on this, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens, because if NVIDIA wants to show me another accumulation play, I will take it this time on very high share size. So stick around. If I have 15 more minutes and I see that set up, then I'm going to do that, but it looks like it's going to need more time to set up for an accumulation. So time will tell. I will be keeping an eye on this. If you guys want to continue to follow me after this, if I do take any more trades, I like to post a lot of them in our Discord. So go ahead and join that. It's absolutely free, just like everything that I bring you. All the information I bring you is from free places. When the squeeze, to know what the squeeze percentage is, to know what your short float is. All of that stuff is all information that I get for free, that I dedicate to bringing to you every single day. So thank you guys. Yoshi, yeah, if you guys know Yoshi from Mario, or Mario Party, or Yoshi's Island, or anything like that, when I hear Joshi, Joshi, I think Yoshi, and that just brings a smile to my face, because a lot of my nostalgic days were playing Mario, playing video games when I was younger. Now, not so much. I just play the world's best video game, and that's called the US stock market, baby. So if you guys didn't know, you're gamers too, because this is exactly like a video game. It plays like it. It's very competitive like it. Only this is the world's hardest video game. You're up against some of the best, the absolute best players in this game. And if you love playing with these best players in this game, then you're going to love this show, guys. So make sure, if you love this show, you hit that subscribe button so you know when I'm here, you know what I'm doing, you know how I'm playing things, guys, and you can trade either similar, or you can learn from my losses and trade your own way. You can figure out, hey, I like the way this guy's trade, or I don't like the way this guy's trades for these reasons, and you can figure out what you want to do. What is the best thing for you and your trading style? What do you want to do? How do you want to extrapolate money from this market? And we bring up all of those ideas here, guys, every single day. We bring up all those ideas to try and really get a better understanding of what's going on in the market. So this may have been a bad idea. We're going to find out really, really soon here. I just went 100 shares long in NVIDIA because I seen some volatility pop in here. And when I see volatility pop in, now I am on the 1 minute, so it is a little scary, but I want to see it break this area and then break this next area just like it did. It is on volume, so if we can see this thing continuing higher, I'm going to be really happy with this trade, but it looks like we're already seeing this thing pull back pretty hard after hitting those highs. I'm already down I'm now down $23 on this trade because of that quick sell-off, $32. So it looks like I'm going to just go ahead and sell out all of my shares right there. That was a bad idea. I was expecting this thing to squirt very, very high here. I was expecting after this breakout that it would break out of this next area, but instead we were met with some heavy selling liquidity. So it looks like I am about break even now for the day, of course, because we're getting ready to leave, you guys. You know, this is what's going to happen, guys. This is exactly what happens, and this is why trading is hard. And this is why I show up every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, to show you just how hard trading is. Now, look, it got me out for that share size, and then it soaked right back up. And that's why trading is hard, guys. You need to be very, very careful with what you're doing, because these things can swipe either way. We talked about the volatility today. We talked about making sure you had the right amount of size. I took way too much size into this. I bought 100 shares. So with 100 shares, where am I supposed to hold out? This thing has to go straight up. Now, there's reason why I do take 100 shares. We could go deeper into it one day, but the reason why I take this is because usually these quick pops are going to happen to the upside. It was a quick pop to the downside. It was a risk I was willing to take, and I did take it. But do I want to continue to play this thing to the upside because overall things are looking strong? I do. So maybe I take a smaller share size, risking this low, risking this wick, and seeing if I can't get in and try and make up some of that money. So it looks like we're actually up $6.95 on NVIDIA today. If you guys remember, I was up over 150 first thing this morning. So that is part of trading, guys. You can die by 1,000 paper cuts, they call it. So if you've seen, I have taken big trades to make big money, and I've taken small trades to lose little bits of money. So that being said, guys, it's pretty simple. You want small losses and big wins. So I've taken a lot of small losses today and just a few big wins. Now, if this can be a big winner as well, and this thing wants to head to the north side, we can make a ton of money off this trade. But if it wants to head back down, we're going to take a small loss, and we're going to do what we do best, take small loss and make sure we make big wins. So let's catch up on the, yes, I am on the 1 minute chart. Exactly. Thank you very, very much, Alex. You just pointed that out. It keeps getting me. I zoom in on the 1 minute and then it hurts me. I zoom in on the 1 minute and then it hurts me. What am I doing on the 1 minute? I don't make money on the 1 minute. And if I do, it's for a short period of time. So I need to zoom out. I'm on the 5 minute now. Alex, that's what I need. That's why we're growing this amazing community, is because I need to zoom out. And there's the pop I was looking for. Now, if I was in 100 shares short or 100 shares long, I'd be up a lot of money. But instead, we're only up about $15, $18 on this trade so far. But let's see if what I said comes into fruition. Will this thing get all the way back up to this 233 area, and then I will take my money out? Why? Well, because I see more pools of liquidity. How high will this thing go? Well, I'm going to expect this thing to stutter and shake around 233. If it does that, I want to make sure I've at least extrapolated some of that money. So I'm up about $25 today on NVIDIA, and thank you so much, Alex, for letting me know that I really am hurting myself on this 1 minute. It's so true, guys. And if you're doing it and you're doing it over and over, you got to take a step back. And I did not take a step back. I just kept trading, and I didn't even realize it. Here I am stuck on the 1 minute, and my boy, Alex, comes through and says, dude, what the heck are you doing? You know? Well, you know exactly what I'm doing. I'm messing up my P&L for the sake of nothing. You know, so for the sake of nothing. So we're going to take that square. I'm not seeing it go any higher. We're going to sell out. We're going to take a $26 win right there on that, because I want to leave you guys on a win, right? Now, this thing might go a heck of a lot higher, but I'm thinking this 233 area is probably going to be where it wants to stop out. But of course, it is very hard trading today. We're getting a lot of choppy action here, a push higher, some more choppy action maybe, and then a push higher, or is this where it wants to break down? So there's lots of questions, lots of things happening here, guys, but we have over 230 views today in this market. I cannot believe it. I'm absolutely happy, guys. So if you like what you're seeing, if you love what you're seeing, go ahead, leave me a subscription. Hit that subscribe button. Hit a like button. Let me know that you are here for me, because I am definitely here for you today, guys. So let's keep on carrying on, and let's see what the SPY wants to bring us. So the SPY has not broke through those tops yet. Now we're seeing some breaks in the top in NVIDIA, and I'm sure we're going to see it on possibly the Qs. Yes, the Qs as well. But we did not see a break through the top in the SPY. I lied. We did see a break through the top in the SPY and a pullback. So all the indices are looking very similar. Same with IWM. They're all pretty much trading just like each other. The Qs, though, overall, like we talked about this morning in pre-market prep, look stronger than the rest of the market. So, guys, we have 9 minutes left. Let me get a sip, Sawana. You know I'm long-winded, but I am a thirsty boy, too. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm not even sure what the subscriber count is up to. I hope we busted butt today and we at least earned a few of those beautiful subscriptions. So if anybody wants to take a look to see what the account is up to right now, I would appreciate it. As long as we're above 300, I'll be happy. I think we started the morning off with 300, so if we're above 300, I am happy, and I hope you're happy too, because we want to grow this supporting community. We want to grow this supporting community. We need to grow this supporting community. That way we can start getting paid from this already, guys. You know, 1,000, that's all you need is 1,000 subscribers, and we've already achieved an absolute monument feat by breaking that 300 area and heading on higher to 301, 302. So if we want to keep on heading higher, I'm a-okay with that, because you know, I love this community. I absolutely love this community, and you guys are saving my butt. So thank you, thank you, thank you. 303 for the day. NVIDIA's testing high today. Watch out. Joshi says if you want, I can collect data for NVIDIA, so that way all you can get confirmed targets, both buy as well as sell side, if you all want. Yeah, you know, Joshi, I tell you, I love data. I collect all my data on all my trades, and I sift through those every 2 weeks. I go through all my trades. I try to label them. I try to extract as much data as I can from them and learn from them. And because, you know, we're losers unless we're learning, right? So absolutely, if that's something you want to do, Joshi, make sure you're doing it for you first of all, and then for us second, okay? Because if you're not doing it for you, then who are you actually doing it for? Because you are the most important person in my book, is yourself. You need to treat yourself well first, so that way you can treat others as well as you want to be treated. So let's keep on carrying on, guys. Netflix look like it's doing well. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. NVIDIA now trading at 231.50, and Microsoft is at 255.66, still trading at those highs. Same thing with Amazon. We are seeing an overall semi-truckload to the north side with all of these indices, and all of these trades look absolutely amazing. It's crazy that we made so much money on that earning pullback. On that pullback this morning. So we're going to have to see what really wants to come, because honestly, guys, I don't believe this push. I don't believe this push. As you guys know, anything under that 200-day moving average. Now, if we get above that 200-day moving average, then my tune will change. It definitely will change. You guys will hear it change. As long as we are breaking out and we're chopping in between this 200-day moving average, my mind will change on a daily basis. Now, does that mean it breaks 200 and I'm going all in? Absolutely not. That just means that, hey, now I might start looking for things that are looking strong in the overall market, and I can start taking little pieces here and there, you know, and I can start dollar cost averaging into these trades. But below that 200-day moving average makes my job real easy. I'm only day trading. I'm not looking for any kind of swing trades. It's as simple as that, guys. So we got 6 more minutes. Let's see what Joshi says. Tesla now have confirmed sell target of 163.25. Right now, resistance 175. Above this is 177. So let's take a look at Tesla. So if we look at Tesla and its areas, you can see that if I just continue to pull this liquidity over, just like where it was, it's right back up into its liquidity area, okay? So it did sell off this morning. It did break out. It started trading above that VWAP area and now pushed. Look on the daily, guys. I've already had it all drawn out for you. And now look, Joshi is calling right into my hand. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He called this out before. So he says now he has confirmed sell target of 163.25, and it's right now at its resistance is 175 area. So he's talking about this area being his 175. He has a confirmed sell target, meaning he wants to take this thing short to the south side down to the 163.25 area. So that being said, guys, Josie likes this as a short. I like this as a short. Now, you know, I've been fighting NVIDIA this whole dang time, so I'll probably take NVIDIA as a nice little short, but it looks like Tesla might give us better risk reward. At 171, we'll say that's 172 to 173. This is a dollar risk reward, as to where this is a little bit closer to its top, and it looks like close to a dollar risk reward. So you could take either one of these into these techs. You know, Tesla creating this high. This might be a nice area to take a risk reward on, just like Joshi's saying. I do like the trade, Joshi. I do like your risk in this, and I do wish you the best of luck, dude. I really do. So good luck on that, and you know, I might be taking myself a nice little trade as well on one of these, because I'm really getting itchy here, guys. I'm really getting itchy. What do I mean by that? No, it's not the drugs, LOL, but it is just the fact that we're seeing everything up here at its highs into its resistance. You know, you got Tesla up there, SPY, you know, we're seeing a lot of chopping action for the SPY up here. Hasn't even came down and tested VWAP yet. Let's take a look at the IWM. The IWM is getting a big push up, which it needs it after those 2 days of huge sell-off, but it doesn't look like it's really running into anything crazy, any crazy resistance. The Qs, you know, you can see the two areas that I put that are the most areas of liquidity as of right now anyway, and you know, that's what it's doing. It's trying to break out of this area. It is having a pullback. The Qs traded at 293.91, now trading at 292.77. This might be the breakdown area, guys, but I have been wrong on these breakdown areas every push up. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt, and you need to find conviction and confluency on your own as well. So if I'm seeing it and you're seeing it too, then make sure you're trading your own books, because these aren't buy or sell recommendations. These are do your own due diligence, and we can take this trade together, baby. But you need to make sure that you are happy, you are healthy, and your mind is right, knowing where your risk is at all times. So guys, we got 3 more minutes. Let's make sure we caught up in chat. If this 3-minute candle is not a fake out on SPY, I think we can see a reversal for the day. I hope you're right, Alex. Broke my flag and is now testing top of VWAP band. All right, all right, all right. So guys, we only got 3 minutes left. Let me give you my spiel. In case you are just joining us, guys, I am Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, giving you the best commentary, the best stock analysis, and I also take live trades right here in front of you every single day. Trading is hard, and I'm here to prove that to you. You're going to see me sweating sometimes. You're going to see me oversized, and you're going to see me not stop out when I'm supposed to stop out. But the whole thing is guys, we're here to get better every single day. And today I had some really good trades, and today I had some iffy trades. But either way, those trades, I am out of those trades because they hit my stop loss. And if I were still in trades, it's because they didn't hit my stop loss. And that's what I would like to preach to all of you when we are trading. Make sure you know your stop loss. Make sure you're using a strategy. Make sure you know how to use risk management. And if you don't, check out my videos. Check out the sources. Check out, you know, the Twitters. Check out everything. Look it up on YouTube, guys. I have videos on this, and you can learn. And if you show up every single day in pre-market prep, we will go over it. We will talk about it. We'll learn from our losers. So guys, thank you so much for being here. I got 2 more minutes with you. So if you got anything that you want to see, throw it up in chat, guys. Throw it up in chat. Going to leave my charts on the Discord live for another hour or 2. That's cool. Alex is going to leave his charts up in Discord for us to keep an eye on. I probably will not. I'm probably going to focus on the family thing. And if I see a tasty trade come across the line, I might take it using risk management in mind. So keep that in mind, guys. So we're going to take off here. I absolutely love all the love and support, guys. You guys are all so awesome. You know, I really can't thank you enough, because, you know, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a lot of you. So thank you so much. I hope you guys have an awesome day. Peace.